Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's live stream. We are going to do some technical analysis today. Hope you're all doing fine. The S&P 400. What has happened with the S&P 400? Let me know in the comments. I want your comment in the comment. I want you to write in the comment. Answer this question. What happened to the S&P 500 yesterday? A technical signal. Okay, technical signal. I want you all to think. All right, I want you to write it in the comment. What happened with the S&P 500 yesterday? What was confirmed yesterday? It's a technical pattern. It has to do with trends. Come on, guys. You should all know this. You should all know this. Good morning, Brandon. Good morning. That's not your name, but good morning, person. Vinicius, good morning. Pierre, I hope you had a good time with your, I believe it was your daughter yesterday. First swimming lesson. Awesome. Awesome. Children is, it's amazing. It's a gift of life. Harash, your USD sell. Nobody knows. Nobody knows about the S&P 500. Seriously, nobody knows what happened with the S&P 500 yesterday. Steven, good morning. Yeah, I bet she did. Swimming around. My kid loves water. Just loves water. I'm happy that he's at the age where I don't have to be terrified every time he gets close to the water. You know. Okay, so what happened on the S&P 500? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Welcome, Wild Wonders. Welcome. You're going to have a wild time with the The5ers live trading room. All right. Now, what happens? I can't believe you haven't picked this up. No, you're not. Pierre, that is a good one. But this is more of one of those signals where it's like, read a newspaper, write about it. Everyone's screaming about it. Like it's the end of the world. What we're doing here, we're gonna go in, we're gonna be adding 2 simple moving averages. Yes, of course. Why would not manual entry and exit be allowed? 100% allowed. It is necessary to have a stop loss in TP. Not sure if it's for all the program, but please use a stop loss. All right. Why would you not want to have a stop loss? Okay, so we're gonna add the 20 EMA. Now we're gonna be adding the 50 EMA. Make that white. Make it a little bigger. Also, guys, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm pretty sure you already have subscribed because we have these subscribers only chat on, which means you can only write in the comment section if you are actually subscribed. And that's the 200. Okay, so what are we seeing right now? Let's just remove everything here. Bit of everything here. Now, what you have right here, and it confirmed on yesterday's candle. It is the 50 simple moving average crossing below the 200 simple moving average. That is called a death cross, okay? So what is a death cross? Well, it's just what I've just explained. So you have a death cross and you have a bear cross as well. I will absolutely analyze EUR USD in just a bit. So we have a death cross and we have a golden cross. Now, a death cross is when the 50 crosses below 200. The golden cross is when the 50 crosses back above the 200. And that has just happened on the S&P 500. Now, what we can do is we can go in here and we can add a little a cross, a skull and bones icon here on every time when we actually did have a death cross. The question then becomes, is there any statistical advantage in trading the death crosses and the golden crosses? Well, we are now all the way back at 2011. Okay, so let's go. We got 2011 right here. Okay, so that is, we got the death cross right here. Preceding quite a big move, but the move has, the move already happened here. So that's the nature of the moving averages, right? So that is, the move has already happened right here. Then we have the bull cross right here. Now, the thing is, sometimes the bull cross is an incredibly profitable signal, because here you have the bull cross and then you have the bear cross all the way up here. So between this bull cross and that bear cross, we have 1,315 days and a move of about 56% on the S&P 500, which is the major move, right? It's a big bull market, right? So sometimes the signals are very, very good, but how profitable is it actually? Now, in today's live stream, what we're going to do is we're actually going to try it. Okay, we're going to create a strategy based on this. So I am going to share I'm going to share ChatGPT with you guys. I'm going to show you how we can actually create a strategy within TradingView and test this. Let's see if we can try this. Let me just open it. Just give me a second. Okay, so now let's share. Let's share ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm going to write some things here. I want you to code me a trading view strategy using Pine Script version 6. It's going to be based on the golden cross and the death cross for SPX on the daily time frame. Whenever the 20 SMA crosses below the 200 SMA, I want to sell, and reverse for buying. All right, so we're gonna let it create that script, and then we're just gonna copy paste this strategy script into TradingView, and then we can once for all check and see if trading the golden cross and the death cross is actually profitable. Now in the times of AI, there's a lot of good strategies, good ways of using AIs out there in your trading, and I highly recommend that you play around with this, because you never know what you can find. You never know how you can improve your trading with using all of the tools that we have available today. Okay, so we're going to use the okay, so what we do now for TradingView is we go into strategy, Pine editor, and I'm going to open a new here. Create a new strategy, and we're just going to paste all of this right into here. And this is supposed to now work. Okay, so let's save this one. And if we have any any errors. They're going to pop up here, and then we're just going to post the errors in ChatGPT and let it fix them for us. Okay, so we're going to be adding this to the chart. So we're going to remove all the indicators. Okay, so here you have, let's see if this works, right? Well, okay, so is it working? Okay, we're getting margin called here, so we have to go into the settings. Let's do contracts. Let's just do contracts, right? So let's see, we have 100K USD. Order size is going to be, we're not going to be adding slippage or commissions. We're just going to try the actual, just try it. So how many contracts should we enter? Let's see if we can enter just 10 contracts. See if that helps with not getting, yeah, okay, so it looks like it works now. So we're gonna look at the most recent signal right here. Okay, so it went short right here. Okay, so what we have right here is we have a short, it's selling short right here. And then we go back, we're gonna be checking, see if the signals are correct. So it went long right here. So the previous signal, as you can see right here, it went long right here. And then we sold right here. So it's a good 40% move on the S&P 400. Quite nice move, right? But is there any statistical advantage of using this? You can see, for example, here where you went short on that candle, then you went long on that. That was actually a loss, and then you had a short here, and that short got closed as long here. So that was actually a win. But now let's take a look at these statistics. What is the statistics actually telling us about this? Now, just because I want to try to see what the results have been from 2023 till recent prices. Not sure why it's not working. Okay, so this is the profitability over the last 30 trades. Let's look at the first one. So the first one was a long signal back in, when was this? All the way back in 2004. So looking at this, it goes back 2004, and it was not profitable until, you can see right here, the first trade in 2004, then the 13th trade in 2009. So between 2004 and 2009, this was not profitable. But starting from 2009 all the way to current price or current time, it was quite profitable. So let's see if we can go from 2010. As you can see here, from 2010, this is somewhat profitable, and from 2010, basically profitability is 50%, and it is, has a very good profit factor. But now let's go back and look at the total history. So we're going to go back and we're going to look from 2003. Okay, so how profitable has this been since 2003? Is there any statistical advantages in using something like this? Not sure why it doesn't go back all the way here. There seems to be something wrong here. But basically, what this is telling us is that there are periods where the death cross and the golden cross are not very profitable if you sell when there's a death cross and then you buy when there's a golden cross. But there is, of course, more things you can add to this. For example, whenever there is a death cross, maybe you want to be selling, but you're not going to be closing that position on a golden cross. You're going to be closing that position based on risk to reward, or based on average holding time, or something like that, or based on, based on certain holding for certain candles. So just looking at the numbers right here, there could potentially be some type of edge in trading the golden cross and the bear cross. Now, look what you did. What I did. I went to the ChatGPT. I asked it to code this. It took about 2 minutes. Put it in the trading view, and then I'm testing the first instance of this. Then what I can do as well with the ChatGPT, I can ask it to, for example, try this on 4 hours. So maybe buying, only buying on the 4 hour if there has been a golden cross. So if you're in a bullish market structure, there's a lot of things you can do here, guys, with this. Not sure if this is available in the free version. I have the I believe, I don't know, the highest tier on TradingView, and then I'm playing quite a lot on ChatGPT as well. But there is some statistical advantages to the golden cross. It doesn't work all the time, but it is interesting nonetheless. Okay, let's remove that one. And now just look at what we have here for the S&P 500. So the fact that we did have a death cross just now is definitely, as a technical analyst, this is interesting to me. Not only is it interesting because of the moving averages, which tells us that there's a shift in momentum, it's also interesting because there's quite a few levels to the upside that we have to reclaim for price action to be bullish and for this to potentially be a so-called, a fake out. I wouldn't call the EMAs a fake out, but it could be a false signal. And for this to be a false signal, then the 50 EMA needs to move above the 200, or the simple moving average. The 50 SMA needs to move above the 200 SMA in the next few days, which I think is highly unlikely. Looking at the price structure here on the S&P 500, we do see that that's the most important level that needs to be reclaimed now for this market to be bullish. That's the 5.5K region. But remember, that's the level where we saw a big structure shift, right? And that's also where we have the 200 simple moving average on the daily. That's the important level to reclaim. I would say that 5.8K is a level that we need to reclaim. It's a major move up to that level. So what we're looking at right now is a bearish market structure on the S&P 500. And so far, looking at this, I would say that we are in a bear market, basically. Not confirmed, of course, not confirmed, but that's what I'm watching. Okay, guys, what do you want me to look at next? You talked about Euro USD, right? Let me know if you want me to look at Euro USD. Is that what we're looking at today? Let me know in the comments whatever you want me to look at. I have two interesting. Also, I wanted to show you guys. I have one of my EAs has just triggered a long signal on gold, which is, it makes very little sense, but it's a buy stop order right here. Okay, so right at resistance, but the EA, the algo, is apparently looking to buy a breakout on gold, which this is a algorithm based on looking at the it's a combination of ATR, ADX, Bollinger Bands, and then looking back a certain number of bars, looking at the high. So if price is kind of becoming more tight with the Bollinger Bands, and ADX tells us that it's somewhat ranging on the higher time frames, and then it looks back at the highs, and yeah, whatever. It makes no sense if you look at pure price action, though. But I can't touch it. It's gonna trade its signals. So I'm not really gonna touch it. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. Let's take a look at Euro USD. We're gonna be starting with Euro USD, and I have some interesting levels to show you on Euro USD and gold. Okay, so let's remove some levels right here. Actually, I think this one is going to be the level that I'm watching. Okay, so you can see right here, EUR/USD is now trading within a very clear range. With the range EQ, and for those of you wondering what is EQ, this guy's just blabbering about EQ. EQ stands for equilibrium. And that's just a fancy word that we technical analysts use to describe the middle, the middle of a range. Okay, so the range EQ is at around 1.13500. The range high is around 1.14300. And the range lows are below 1.12800. Kavika, is it Kavika? I hope I'm not pronouncing that incorrectly. Kavika, Bitcoin, you're saying Bitcoin is breaking out. Yes, it's about to potentially break a local structure, but you have to remember it's testing a high time frame resistance area right now. And even if we break this level to the upside right here, we can still kind of put that level on right like that, move it to the left, and then we can extend. So I think that, yes, maybe we'll have a low time frame breakout, but it means little in the bigger context of things. I think the resistance that we're looking to break is actually not the one that we're seeing on the lower time frames. All right, we're back to Euro USD as... Man, you guys love your USD. Okay, so we're in a clearly defined range here. Now, this is an important range because this basically tells us that if we break the range highs, we could come up and test the 1.16 area. If we break the lows, we have two levels of interest, the 1.12 or the 1.1080. Zoom out to the daily, we see why is this important? Well, we have the previous range highs being around 1.12. That's the level that we broke above. The next high time frame resistance above is right above the 1.16 area. Now, the trade that I'm most interested in is a break to the upside for EUR/USD. A break to the upside for EUR/USD could potentially take us up to that level right here. So I'm thinking, wouldn't it make sense to kind of put in a stop buy order above the range highs? Like this. Maybe up here, buy whenever you have that breakout. TP at that high time frame right below that 1.16. I think that the main trend is definitely hold on until you see a clear direction, because we are currently right now in a sideways trending market. We're consolidating right above resistance. We don't really know if it's going to continue to the upside, if it's going to continue to the downside. We have range bound market. I would say that the safest option to do here for me, I don't know what's the best option for you to do, but for me, I want to wait and see how this develops, right? I think it's very important that we wait and see. Yes, I will go through GBP, JPY as well. I will look at all the requests, but this is a possible trade that I'm watching as a breakout trade. Okay, interesting, but I'm not going to put in orders for this. I'm going to instead put in an alert. Is the alert system working on the log scale? That's not meant to be on the log scale. I'm also, you heard the alerts in the background. I'm getting a few alerts. Okay, so I'm going to be adding an alert right here. We're going to go in. EUR/USD breaking out. Okay, so I got webhooks on. Why do you have the webhooks on? From alert to Tron. I don't need that. It gets forwarded to my Discord. Okay, so we got EUR/USD breaking down. I want that down here. We go in here and we're gonna select EUR/USD breaking down. Very happy that the alert system is back on TradingView. This is something I use a lot in my trading. So that's EUR/USD. Got the same going on for gold. Same type of EUR/USD and gold is very similar here. And if gold breaks down, then we're going to be looking at potentially buying that 3,140 level. I'm adding an alert here as well. Gold breaking down, and then one above. Gold breakout. And now what I want to do is I want to check EUR/USD and gold on the very low time frames, like the 1 minute, to see if we could perhaps find a trade during this session here today. Sorry if there was any weird noise. I was moving my mic around. Okay, so EUR/USD on the 1 minute is okay. So it's trading at range EQ. So the best place to buy in the range is at the lows. The best place to sell in range is at the highs. One of the worst places to trade within the range is the range EQ, because you don't really the directional bias is very difficult to understand, right? It's very difficult to understand the directional bias. So far, this looks. I mean, it still looks interesting, right? But how would you guys play this? Let me know. Okay, the signals provider. We got Kavika right. Kavika. Let's say Kavika. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not. You are officially the 5ers signal provider. 1.1250 buying your USD for today only. Okay, good. 1.1250. Where's that? 1.1250. Yeah, I mean that's a good level, but all right, it's an interesting level, but where would you place the stop loss here? I mean, personally, if we break this range to the downside, I would like to get in here. But then if you zoom out to the 4 hour, look at that. I mean, isn't this just a beautiful breakout level? That level right here. What's up? Welcome. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Let me know if you have any questions in the chart you want me to look at. I'm not providing you signals, but Kavika is providing enough signals in the chat for all of us. By the way, guys, this is not a signal service. This is not a live stream where you're supposed to copy us. This is not financial advice. If you copy me, you'll lose money. Okay? Copy my knowledge, do not copy my trading. I'm a much better analyst than I am a trader. Okay, Kavika says 50 pip stop loss. 50 pip? That would be 500 in TradingView, right? 500 points. If the market direction is not clear, taking a trade in a ranging market is like blindly throwing a knife while wearing a blindfold. Still very fun to do. If you're looking for action, put a blindfold on, start throwing knives. Or you could trade EUR/USD. Jonathan, I use the yearly, quarterly levels. At the moment, we are holding price on the minus 0.5 level. It shows price is holding that level. If break below, I will go for sell with confirmation. What chart are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you going to sell? What level? Are we talking about the EUR/USD? You're talking about Bitcoin, gold? Probably USD, right? Because that's what we're looking at. EUR/USD 3RR. You can't just say that. Like you can't just throw that out. It's like you didn't even take the trade, man. It's like I put a I put a long tool on the chart and like, look at this 20R. 20R. It's amazing. The amazing analysis. Okay, so I still want to try to I want to try to see if I can actually take a trade here. No, this is yeah, this is amazing. This is, you know, once upon a time I analyzed the trade for 30R. I didn't take the trade or anything, but it looked very good. It made sense. That was good times. Okay, so you're usually no trade for me today. Are you guys thinking, you know, are you looking at anything else where you might think that there is a possible trade today? Any, you know, clear reaction on any levels, any trends that you might want to be looking at getting in on? Because you're usually right now is very much just in the same area. Gold, however, now gold is interesting because what we have right here is we have a sort of like a good level right here. Okay, we got a lot of people talking about GBP CAD, GJ, GBP CHF, short on all of this. Of course, a lot of setups here. Okay, good. Okay, so we got that resistance right here. We got that resistance. Now I'm thinking that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. That level, because what you have right here is you have one test of the level, like one strong move up, rejection, and move down, hit the EQ area again, try to reclaim that level, failed, down to range EQ, and a big impulsive move to the upside, straight up to that level, and then we bounced on this level right here. I like how I'm just repeating whatever price action does, like it's something significant. Would be more interesting if I try to predict what's actually going to happen. But okay, so what I'm thinking is, I think this makes a lot of sense as a trade. Where could one place stop loss? I think, I mean a TP. I think this would be a great area for a TP. Right there. And let's look at the numbers. Okay, I think I have a trade here. That kind of makes sense. Negative risk to reward. Can you be profitable with negative risk to reward? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, we're going to be placing a buy stop on gold right here on that low time frame breakout. It's a negative risk to reward because, you know, looking at this, we have price structure kind of, it looks good. Price structure looks good, but I don't care about the negative risk to reward, right? I only care about the what time frame. The time frame I'm looking at now is a 15-minute, but it doesn't matter, man. Like really the time frame here doesn't really. This is more of a scalp trade. I thought you were a swing trader. Can a man have some fun? You know?
No, he can't.
Okay, there we go. What's up, Alex? How's it going?
Apparently, a little birdie told me Thursday there's going to be a competition Forex versus stocks.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting.
And how am I only finding this out from Mickey and not my fellow trading friend?
Well, I've told you multiple times during the live stream yesterday, and yeah, I've also written you multiple times on WhatsApp in the group
really?
about that. Yeah. Yeah, I got some background. I gotta check the.
From me?
No, I'm.
I've been getting
because you did something.
pushed around a little bit today. I'm back in. This morning I was British Swissy long, got taken out, and now I'm back long on pound Swissy. But the markets are ranging a little bit. No, there's not really much momentum.
No, there's not a lot going on. I'm trying to fix the layout here, so you let me just get that done. Okay, better. Well, better for me at least. So I'm thinking about this. Yeah, the markets are ranging. You know, you look at the you can look at the zoom out, look at the gold. It's in this range. We got your USD within this range. Bitcoin is kind of trying to break out, but still within the range. You got S&P 500 also within that range. So yeah, very
not clear.
Not clear. No,
not clear at all. Pound CHF is starting to move, but I'm a little bit a little bit hesitant.
Love this question. Like, is there anything else to do? Just but not get like, no, I don't accept it. Like, I refuse to accept the announcements.
Do you accept that Trump does his announcements? I do accept it. I don't think we can't not accept it.
Yeah. It's like, he's tweeting again.
Yes. Yeah. I was actually going to say the opposite. What you could do is remove your stop loss, and then whatever happens, you just let the trade play out.
Yeah, I mean, in a private account, I would probably do something like that. It would, but if you would have done that on the tariffs, that would have been.
I'm definitely joking. It's not what we're doing. Yeah, I'm joking. That was supposed to be a bad joke. No, it's very difficult. It is.
So we do have a lot of people watching. Make sure that you like and subscribe and do all of that. And we get way too little likes today. Make sure that you hit that like button and all of that fun stuff. I'm looking forward to the competition we're gonna do on Thursday. We're gonna be.
We need to organize the accounts, the what size accounts, and all of that as well.
Yeah, I was hoping that Mickey would be setting that up because he has more, he has more experience with the, the difference between the two accounts.
He came over to me. He was like, "Yeah, what accounts are we setting up?"
Well, I'm thinking, I don't know, I don't know how different
they've got a daily loss of like 4% or something. So but it's going to be difficult because the account's not really.
The camera keeps moving.
I know. Yeah, I've got a new setup where they've moved me outside of my office. So, I keep losing it.
I think what we have to do is
we have to 100K account.
Yeah, and boot camp.
Actually, that's a good idea. We could have done a boot camp. I was looking more high stakes.
Well, the thing is, we need to have low leverage because they don't have leverage the way we have.
That's what Mickey says. That's what Mickey said. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Every time I tap my desk, it moves. See?
Yeah. Okay. So, and I am very pale.
I'm orange.
Yeah, but I would rather be orange than like a white as a piece of paper, Okay, let's make me orange. Oh, it's a little bit better.
I do feel though. I do feel that I know we can make more money because we're better traders, but they have more momentum. It's like the stock market when it opens. It doesn't just range, does it? It doesn't just range on lower time frames. It moves.
Yeah, I feel like they
We
can
range
probably.
all the time.
Yeah, I feel like they can
now.
probably pick it. You know, they see a breakout and they pick a direction and they hold it.
Yeah.
And you know, if we have days like this, I mean, you know, what is there to do? Really?
This is so boring.
Let's see.
To be fair
we
though,
have.
you have had, euro pound really took a little bit of momentum to the downside. Wow, really, it's been to the downside for quite a long time actually, for a good couple of days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting. That's actually an interesting level. Yeah, we could perhaps see a buy here.
Do you know, it's like if the market was this slow and I wasn't employed and I was just a full-time trader, I would just probably leave my house and go and do something.
Yeah.
But we can't. We actually have to sit in front of this all day.
Well, yeah, if exactly, if I would be only, well, there's always opportunities though. I think there's, one of that's also one of the reasons why you might want to look at different markets as well. Like you might want to look at, the stock market or crypto or things like that. So when forex is incredibly slow, but I don't even know how to trade stocks. Like I have no idea. All I see when I open up Nvidia, I see just gaps and price action that makes no sense. It's just
I agree. But do you know what it actually, I'm curious. I want to learn. I want to start
yeah.
trading some stocks because I feel okay, we're getting a little bit of movement now on pound CHF. I don't know if this is just pound CHF or this is across the board on maybe euro and pound. Or is it just because I'm on the 1 minute?
Probably I'm not really seeing a lot of movement, but I am interested in euro GBP here, euro pound. We do have sort of an interesting level here. So on the daily, there's also a high time frame breakout area. It looks like when I look at this, I'm thinking might want to take this higher.
I spoke about this last week before it made that. We had a pivot low. That prior pivot low, price was just sitting there, and I spoke about this last week with Anastasia and Michael, and it looked super nice for the upside. I do think we've still got room for the upside, but that retracement there, it's a difficult one to time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's not like that, break, retest, continuation, stairways up. It's now drifting down, and drifting down is horrible. As they say, the drift of death.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you
New Zealand, the Kiwi dollar.
Yeah, those looks strong.
Yeah, Kiwi dollar on a 15-minute time frame looks very break, retest, continuation.
Yeah, we also have a triangle pattern here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly what I'm looking at.
You're thinking this is a long?
Just looks like the momentum is slowly picking up to the long side. Am I in that trade? No.
This is a pennant, isn't it? But yeah, this is a pennant. So if I guess this would be the flag, the pole or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
This, and that would be, let's see.
Yeah. If I was looking for a target, it's quite difficult, but I do see it is quite extended already. It's difficult to find targets on it.
Because I would probably view that low as the beginning of that pattern. Because that's the breakout, and that's kind of like the retest of the high time frame breakout. So I would use double this instead.
59.50s. I would look for a day trade.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you ever looked at render on the monthly time frame? Or on
Which one is that?
Time frame? Render is some crypto coin, but it looks
How do you what's the ticker?
RENDER. Yeah, just do Binance. Yeah. Got on a weekly or month.
Yeah.
How do you trade this? On a weekly, it looks a little bit more interesting. Nah, it looks pretty crap.
Yeah. I want to go back to NCD USD because I do feel like this might actually be an interesting trade. So I will I'm actually going to take a position on this.
It's a fairly nice one. When I'm looking at the EMAs as well, it's quite significant support of the EMAs, and it's something that's been trending up for quite a while.
Yeah. Looks like it's breaking out now as well.
Yeah, I've got out of my pound CHF. Doesn't look like he wants to keep pushing up, unfortunately. Should I jump into New Zealand dollar with you?
Yeah, I'm long here. But we need something to happen here. Like we need some momentum to come in, and I don't know if we have any news events or anything like that. Let's see what we have. Okay, so the next major Oh, wait, I gotta... Right, okay, so next major news event that we have is... We do have CAD CPI. Now, it might not move NCD USD. Get CAD CPI, and tomorrow we have GBP CPI. We have retail sales.
Euro's got significantly weaker right now. Across the board, it's got a little bit weaker.
So the context of the higher timeframes here is if you look at the daily on NCD USD, you see that it has recently broken above a high timeframe level. So we have this sort of a important level on the high timeframes, and we just had that strong breakout. So there's definitely some strength here. And then if you look at the 5-minute, we have what looks to be a this should be a pennant.
Okay, I think I closed prematurely my pound CHF. That's kind of annoying.
So let me see if I can remember this correctly. But if you look at this, you can see that this is a ascending triangle, and it's on the lower time frames. So ascending triangles, like the triangle patterns, are usually like found on not the lower time frames. And when a triangle is preceded by a strong move like this, it becomes a short-term pattern, and in that case, it is a pennant. So a pennant and a flag is very similar. If a flag is when you have a flagpole, and then you have a downwards trending channel, and then you have a breakout. And then the target for the flag, this is a bull flag, right? So the target of a bull flag is you buy the breakout and then you double the flagpole up here. So whatever the flagpole that created the pattern, whatever that distance is, you double it to the upside. And a pennant is exactly as a flag with a flagpole, but then it creates instead this structure. So it becomes a ascending triangle after creating that impulsive move, and that is then a pennant. I can't believe this is actually working. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's really pushing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pair I'm looking at right now is NCD USD.
It's funny. I got out of the pound CHF and it started getting momentum as soon as I get out. I should stop you looking at the 1 minute. Such a bad habit. Looking at the 1 minute is such a bad habit.
It really is.
Yeah, it's such a shame.
Okay, so we're now reaching the first initial resistance on the lower time frames, which is that level right here. Yeah, Rafael, the 1 minute is definitely creating problems psychologically because there's so many. You have to make sure that you're.
It's not. I don't think it's causing that for your mental. I think it's the pure fact that there's so many different signals that you end up getting just mixed. You know, you're seeing the trade cancel itself out, but it's not. It's a wick, and it's all kinds of all kinds of stuff. The less noise, the better, especially when you're in the trade, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to know what's noise and what's not noise. I mean, if you look at EUR USD on the 1 minute, you know, like we have this, you know, we're if you look at the 1 hour, we're within, you know, we're in range. And even though there's a lot of noise on the 1 hour, we can still see that, okay, so it's the range highs and it's the range lows that are important here. And then if you go into the 1 minute, it's like there's so many structures all over the place. I mean, we can see like maybe 10 different ranges here and trends on just this right here. And this is just today's price action. So I think we really have to differentiate between what's noise and what are actually actionable signals. And I believe that the 1 minute is really
Worst.
Yeah, the 1 minute should really only be used to confirm entries that you found on the higher time frames. So you can get really good sniper entries on the 1 minute. So you could, for example, look at this. I mean, what if this is a, you know, high time frame level? Then I would absolutely buy, you know, that breakout. And if you look at the 1 hour, this is just one bearish candle. So here on the 1 hour, this is just one bearish candle, and then the confirmation comes on the next candle. But if you look at the 1 minute, this is a beautiful confirmation on the 1 minute. So I think understanding, you know, that fractional nature of price action and understanding when you should use the 1 minute and when should you use the high time frames, I think that's the key to making sure that you remove all the noise from the lower time frames. Like on the 1 minute here, now this is just a, I mean, on the 1 minute here, we're just ranging around the middle of the range. So it's just it's a death trap, you know. You shouldn't be trading here.
Now, the 1 minute I would look for when I want to get into, when there's momentum on a certain move and I want to get into it with a really tight stop loss. At the moment today, it's been a little bit hit and miss. And sometimes I think, like for now, if we have a look at pound CHF, now actually might be a good idea to look at the 1 minute because we've already started seeing direction. But I think when you're in the trade, it's best not to stay on the 1 minute, but to actually go out to get the overall context of what's going on, because it can get you out of positions, scare you out of positions prematurely, especially if you've got size on the position.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we got looks like we have Victor in the background. I've got a video I need to record, a new video for a new product here at The5ers. To record a quick video. And also, guys, I uploaded a new video on my YouTube channel. I started doing daily videos. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be doing that because it's it felt like a really good idea to upload every day. Then when I actually start working on the idea, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But yeah. How's it going with your YouTube channel, Alex?
You've literally just highlighted it in what you just say. It's so just to get it done and sorted and edited, and I might just, you know, yeah.
So my idea is to record, like every morning, record a video that is no longer going to be like it's not going to be longer than 10 minutes, and preferably only like 5 minutes. Just go through like the most important levels, just very quickly, 5 minutes, and then just upload it to make sure it's like not edited, just raw, just straight to the point. I think those videos are easier to do, you know, than having like to plan it all. Like creating content is okay. It's not like a real job, but it's still
it's a real job.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like it kind of is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like trading.
It's a full-time job.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi.
What's up, Victor?
How's everyone? How are you guys
Oh,
doing
we're
today?
fantastic.
Nice. I would say content creation is takes a lot of time, so I wouldn't know a reason why it couldn't be called a job. I think it's completely a job. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, it takes a lot of time to make something good.
I don't know, man. It's like I'm yeah. I mean, I do work a lot, but I feel like I want to I want to work, and I wake up in the morning and I feel like I want to create a video. I want to trade. I want to do these live streams. Like I have a job where I feel like I really enjoy doing what I'm doing. So at that point, I feel like you know that saying, you want to get a job where it doesn't feel like you're working, and I feel like that's what I'm doing right now. I
But
mean, I
that that
like it.
but that doesn't make it not a job. It's still a job. Just enjoy your job and doesn't feel like a chore, but it's still, I mean, worthy of being called a job.
Yeah, but what I mean is we compare it to a real job where people actually have to, like in health, work in healthcare as
Jonathan,
whatever,
Jonathan,
Yeah.
you mean we don't actually have a real job? This is not real.
Do you know what's not real? The fact that I literally say I'm going to do something, do the complete opposite.
Oh, all right. It's a real job. What I'm saying is just,
You
it's
enjoy your job, and it doesn't
yeah,
feel like a job. It feels like you're just doing what you enjoy, and that's it, right?
yeah.
I understand that, and I agree with you. I'm just pulling your leg.
Yeah, it's not like a we got Pedro as well. Holy macaroni. Pedro is in
What's
the
up?
house.
Good
What's up, man?
morning. Good
And
morning,
on
fake
that
shop
note,
people.
I will be leaving you all with these fine gentlemen because I have a video to record.
Yeah, I'm going off
I'll
only. I'm going
go.
to keep Jonathan company a little bit, and I'll see you guys soon.
All right, take care, guys. See you
Take
later.
care, Jonathan. I'll go. Let me put my screen on. In the
How are you?
meantime, I'll stop my video for a couple of seconds. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm right at the background. Let me change this. I'm gonna be right back, about 10 seconds or so. Pedro, be right back with you and everyone else, of course, watching us. All right, so that was me. That was a quick pause. How is everyone in the chat? Let me know. Let us know. Pedro and I. How are you doing, Pedro? I was let me let you answer that first. How are you doing today, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing?
I love Portuguese. I was hearing today a song in Portuguese and I loved it. I mean, I of course I already knew that. I've been to Portugal before and I love the
Mhm.
sound of the language. I can't speak it. I can, fake speak it, but I can't really speak it. But it sounds lovely.
Yeah, it's nice. Um, yeah, it's a beautiful country. Well, I don't like the language as well. So yeah, it's a nice one. Like, good morning,
W- uh,
everyone. Olá, olá, Rafael. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the chat.
what I especially like about Portuguese is the nasal sound of a couple of some words, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's a nasal or it's something in the back of the throat where they don't say it, like Spanish. They pronounce
Yeah,
it somewhat. It sounds different, right?
it's a new, it's those kind of expressions that mostly like you have trabalho, manhã, it's something like that, most likely. But yeah,
Awesome.
it's a different.
Just an example before we continue. um, how do they say heart in Portuguese?
Hard.
Yes, like in
Uh,
the organ heart.
Coração.
That last part of
Coração.
that word.
Yeah, the sound, the okay.
Yeah,
João,
that's
coração. Yeah,
it's
okay, got it.
it's I don't know. It sounds lovely.
Yeah.
I
It's funny
wish
when
I
anytime you hear it's like someone trying to, especially if you're listening to football and you heard the commentators trying to say, for example, João Félix or something like that. Yeah, they always say it in a weird way. They never manage to say it correctly. Yeah, it's quite funny, to be honest. It's quite
I think
funny.
it's lovely. But moving on to the charts, Pedro, what are you watching today? I have a very nice setup. It already happened. It's too bad, but still, I think it's worthy of showing. It's on EU, but I'm gonna be showing it later on. So I sound like an Indian. Thank you, thank you. I think that's a very nice compliment. I the But what are you watching on the charts, Pedro?
What am I watching? It's a good question. I'm looking at the. I'm curious about US indices. I'm trying to see where potentially we can have new sales coming in or not after the double bottom that was created last week. I'm curious about whenever.
What pair? I'm sorry. What pair are you
I'm
talking
looking
about?
the US indices. The US indices. We can look at NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, or something like that. So I'm curious to see. Yesterday I got a short at the highs in here, kind of around the US Open or something like that. So that was a nice short. I closed it. But I'm mostly curious to see. Basically back to the levels where the tariffs were announced on the 2nd of April. There was a lot of movement at around this price section in here when you had that push to downside. It's basically a similar level across NASDAQ, Dow, and so on. And I'm curious to see how price may react back to that level, because it looks like that was maybe a level where many orders were exchanged. Maybe there was a level of supply, or maybe even an order block that is left behind around there. And I'm curious to see whenever price goes back to there, if we are going to find new sell orders or not. It's just in the scenario where maybe this is still not the bottom, where then actually price, or where it would make sense for price to find new sell orders to maybe try to challenge the lows one more time, more even a bigger move to the downside. Is it going to be already from this top where price is? Question mark. Maybe it's going to be, or if price does want to go slightly higher, that's the key level that I'm going to be paying attention to see if you don't have price action, if you don't have anything in there that actually potentially can lead into the resume of the bearish move. Because if price does start to break above these levels, and it looks like that maybe going to retest the previous highs, and again, based on all this craziness that we had in the last couple of weeks, is the market actually ready to go all the way back to all-time highs? Not really sure if that's going to happen or not. So yeah, that's a little bit of something that I'm paying attention. Of course, there are more intraday setups that may happen in here. For example, yesterday I got that short when price broke this low. I kind of shorted from here all the way back to basically close the gap. That was kind of a trade I took yesterday, and now I'm waiting to see what will happen again today. So yeah, that's a little bit on the US indices. I think it's quite similar as well on NASDAQ, kind of that potential next level in here that we may go towards to. Maybe even Dow as well. Yeah, that's the same level, somewhere around there. Potential price can go as well towards to. So yeah, that's something I'm paying attention. And then of course the dollar, after that big move, I think we are going to have a little bit more of a move to downside. I don't really think these lows on the dollar index, they are the bottom. I think eventually we're going to resume and continue to push a little bit lower, and then who knows, maybe actually after breaking this 100 mark level for a long time that we haven't broken below that level, that we may go all the way and maybe go retest maybe 95 or 96, who knows. But for now, I think we may have eventually breaking these lows, because I actually like a level a little bit higher on the euro dollar as well. So I'll be happy actually to see these lows being broken and the euro dollar going slightly higher. Pound as well is getting into an interesting level. So we have been waiting for pound to move much higher, and now it's getting closer as well to this top, which I'm going to be curious and looking to see what may happen around here. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I'm following. I actually missed a trade on Euro Pound, a short last Friday. It was a nice move. Price was reacting from a good level. Actually ended up missing the move in here. I was even looking for price to test slightly higher again. Never happened. Price just followed through, and now it's filling out the space. Yeah, that's just a few things I'm looking for. Bitcoin.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can just take a quick look at Bitcoin as well, just before you jump into here. Bitcoin, I think it's at an interesting level. I have even this trend line in here. You can see how many times price has been kind of retesting the trend line. Something that I pay attention is the low makes sense, right? So price basically retested this previous all-time high at around 74. That has been always one of the targets for a move to the downside, and where maybe price could bounce and start looking bullish. So the reaction was nice. We did create a double bottom, which kind of makes it a bit stronger as well. And I think around here it's going to be a key level, right? So around this structure, these highs in here, and then kind of 90k. I think it's a key level to see price manage to keep price to the downside, or if it starts breaking above it, we may go. Yeah, I think there's more room to the upside. If we do break above kind of this structure in here, I think we may go. We can retest maybe 100k, or who knows then. The next levels. So I'm going to be curious to see if this level in here holds or not, and if there's kind of another move to downside. There's always the potential of retesting this level again, even as a bullish potential setup. Okay, for example, maybe Victor could agree with me. If you do break above this level, maybe that kind of initiates a potential Quasimodo in the bigger picture to this move. Maybe that's the breakoff structure that maybe can look for that. So yeah, we'll see on Bitcoin, but I think it's at a key level, and I'm really curious to see how price may react around here.
Awesome. Yes, let's stay on Bitcoin. It's an asset we don't talk about all the time, so I think it's worthy of discuss it when we do it, maybe in a little bit from different angles. And what I mean by that is that while Pedro is taking a sip of water, I will take a hit at Bitcoin as well, a little bit, just a little bit. All right. So what I do have is on Bitcoin is the following. I know the bigger fundamentals. This is just technical analysis. We're not talking about fundamentals. Fundamentals. I'm very bullish about Bitcoin long term, medium term as well. Short term is a little bit, Trump with all the volatility. Bitcoin is, you're not sure, investors are not really confident, or at least they're, spooked by all the, different policies and uncertainties in the market and things like that. So, but that's a fundamental. I know all that. Just looking at the chart, that's what I'm looking at. And what I see is that we have created a monthly bearish order block. Right, that's significant. Doesn't mean it's going to come down, to break all structures and suddenly be completely dead, but it is something significant. Not only that, we did have a follow through. Look at that wick we created after that order block on the weekly time frame last month. It's a bearish candle. Look at that. That's a pin bar where the upper wick is bigger than the rest of the body. Right, that's a pin bar, meaning that not only in all three candles, it's telling us that the sellers have come in. Of course, it's coming from an impulsive bullish move, right? So it doesn't change the market structure necessarily completely until it takes out this low, which is at 824. However, there's a lot of room in between. So as long as the sellers, current price action, by reading the candles is telling me that the sellers are in control, we need to be open for that opportunity, or not opportunity. Yeah, it is an opportunity, but open for that scenario that lower prices might be still with us for some time. Right, it's bullish. It's obviously bullish. Market structure is obviously bullish. There's no doubt about that. But look at something, for example, just in terms of frequency. How long did this consolidation take last time around? 7 bars, meaning 7 months. So, and how much time do we have, depending on where you measure it, of course, but how long do we have since? Well, you could take it from the top, but for the firm's first candle, how much is this this is not a consolidation. It's more of a retrace. Of course, it's only 4 months, right? So we still have, doesn't mean it cannot just shoot from here. Yes, it can. But on, looking at that monthly chart, it's, it's not, I would say we need to, keep in the, consider that we could be in a little bit longer, maybe a couple of months more, not necessarily exactly 7. It could be 10, it could be 5, it can be whatever. But I think we, as long as the market is not creating bullish structures on the monthly or even on the weekly, we need to consider that perhaps the sellers are still in control. And if we look at a weekly time frame, what do we see? The break of a weekly structure, which is this is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline that was broken, and we could see a retracement into one of those structures for a continuation. This would be the quasi, the right shoulder, the left, and the head, as I said, and the completion of that quasi, and perhaps some follow through on that quasi, right? Because remember, I trade the creation of the right shoulder, but the quasi, the whole, when it's completed, it's actually still that's the beginning of the completion of the reversal pattern, which typically it has a follow through. So I'm thinking about that when I see the bigger picture. And if I were to flip, right, so I see these structures that need to be taken, a lot of headway for Bitcoin, breaking all-time highs, although it's perfectly possible if everything lines up again, the sentiment, fundamentals, and risk comes back, risk appetite comes back to the market. However, if I ask myself, yes, this is a great place, and I see that as well. I mean, it's very obvious that we've come, and we were interacting with this previous high that was broken and is now flipped into a demand zone or a support area. However, and that's perfectly fine to trade that. I think it's a great way to trade it. But if I use order quasis, what I see is that we can use the retracement tool, right, from there here. That's the weekly time frame, and we do have right, actually it's even longer. Going from that point to that, you will have lower highs, lower lows, making it a confirmed downtrend, and we have the break of that neckline and comes back to some structures. But if you look to the left, it hasn't used a structure, right? So that's one thing. Let me mark this for all the structures we have. That's on the weekly time frame. That's one. Did it catch it? I think it didn't. There you go. That's one. And we have the other one, which is, let's see, it is this one. Yes, that's the one. So we have two structures. It doesn't have to, right? The quasi doesn't mean that the market always uses these structures. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it goes through them. Sometimes it reverses before them. But these are great areas because they have like added value where buyers will come in. So if I'm trying to long this, if I'm going to anticipate, right, a long setup in Bitcoin before it starts giving me signs, right? Because if it starts giving me a sign, let's say creating bullish structures, and then that bullish order flow, order block upon order block, then you have enough reason. But if it doesn't do that, and I see that there's opportunity to go long, where I want to go long is in these areas, which it hasn't reached yet. And what are we talking about? We're talking about one structure being around right below the 70,000 mark, 70 to 65. When price gets there, that's to me one of the areas where I'm interested, with a stop below that structure. And the other one is much lower at 58, which, it seems like very far away right now, but it's crypto, right? Crypto being very volatile, and we shouldn't consider it just like the equities. A retrace for the equities like this, it takes a lot more than for crypto. Although we have to realize crypto is increasingly becoming more mature, and we should, adapt our expectation in terms of volatility as well. But it's still crypto. So I think, both of them, even though, crypto bulls will not like me saying that, both of them are, within what is perfectly acceptable or reasonable to expect price to do in the future. That's on the weekly time frame, right? So quite high time frame. If we're looking for lower time frames, I'm still looking for, the weekly. We are currently in a bearish order block on the weekly, meaning the higher time frames, the sellers are still in control. And if you look at the market structure on the daily, we haven't broken anything yet. So for a swing trade, I would say this is the neckline, right? This will break the structure on the daily time frame. Until it breaks this, I'm not too confident taking anything longer than maybe an overnight, but not even that. Just a day trade, I think, is fine. If you're thinking about long. If not, then short is actually the way, because the market structure, as long as it doesn't break any structures, it's likely just to continue lower. So I think we have made a great move, as we can see. And yes, there were some structures that were retested successfully. So this would have been a very nice trade long, but only intraday, right? Not something to take much longer than maybe an overnight if you got your entry at the end of the day, and it hasn't had chance to move yet. But not really holding it more than 24 hours, I think, give or take a session or two. So that's my take on Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I do have that zone underneath those walls where you have it. It's another level that price could go towards too. That goes around 68. That actually goes in alignment with the previous high that was created back in 2022 or something like that. So that's also a good level of structure that is in alignment. Maybe you need to go. Yeah, exactly that one. Which is nice as well. So there's that additional level of structure that price could eventually retest. We will see. Again, it's the confusion part is price actually ready, or the market is ready to start turning completely bullish and be risk on when I'm not even considering about the news. The news is always a bit of noise and kind of whatever it's happening in the news. Usually they are right to what actually is happening in the charts and in the market. But when you see some report in terms especially of liquidity and you see so many big players trying to get into cash instead of being involved in this market, I'm not really sure if you are actually ready already to like, it doesn't look like that everything has been just solved and we are into happy moments again. Even if we have postponed the tariffs, there's still the situation with China and everything. So I'm not really sure if you're ready to go all the way to challenge all-time highs, both in crypto or in the US indices. That's why I'm trying more to see where actually it would make sense to potentially look for shorts to see if actual price would at least retest the lows that have been created. But yes, I do like that level that you have, that first weekly level at the bottom. I find it difficult to find, as price breaks to the upside, I find it difficult to continue to look for some levels to short. Price has been already spiked quite a lot. So it will be more of price section on the approach, maybe actually seeing price breaking new lows to start giving that extra confirmation that maybe price is ready to move forward. But it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one to keep an eye on. There's going to be always some people that are totally bullish and they ignore any levels of bearishness. Some others, they may be completely bearish and on crypto and they think it's going to go much further down. Just try to be in between, right? Maybe listen to both ideas and try to then make your own mind on what you're expecting or looking for or trading. But that's crypto. That's crypto.
Yeah, it's and it's fine. It's fine that the market isn't like everyone isn't on one side, because that's what's make the market, right? You need sellers and buyers all the time. So it's actually a good thing when you have, because that's a healthy marketplace. When you have everyone on one sided, the price can be squeezed, because there will be many stops as if, right, if everyone is long, there's gonna be a lot of stops to be taken, a lot of liquidity, and the market can do some weird stuff. We have some questions here. Actually, a very good one. Someone asked to let Pedro do his analysis, but I think in Bitcoin he already did, Kavika.
Yeah, that's done.
He is. It's already finished. So maybe you can look back on YouTube, like something like 10-15 minutes ago, while he was doing it right before me.
I can look at oil though. That is also mentioning about oil. But
yes,
then
actually,
let's talk about that one. Let's talk about that one. Yeah.
I before we continue to another answer, there is Shubham Deshmukh. Yeah, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You're asking about the acceptance of trading as a profession. You say you're currently full-time, right? And you are funded. You are a profitable trader by the fact that you're funded not once but twice on two accounts, 100, and also I suppose that's a high stake account and a 20K hyper growth account. So congratulations to begin with. Thank you for not thank you, but well, thank you for your question, but congratulations on the fact that you've reached this level. It's difficult. It's very difficult. Everyone knows, everyone watching this stream knows that trading isn't that as easy as it looks. So good for you. I know I can be the best in trading, but society isn't accepting as a profession. Pedro, what do you say to this?
So I asked him to elaborate, and then he wrote again, like there's a second comment. So Ishuban, I think, is from India, and it's true, not just in India, but in many countries, trading is indeed considered as a gambling, and especially if. So you touch point, because I wanted to try to see what was his where he's coming from in terms of why we're saying that. So he's more focused on family and maybe not being respected by others as a real job. It was funny that Jonatan and Alex were just talking about that. Maybe being a content creator is not. They don't feel like it's a real job, but it is. I do agree with you, Victor, that it is a real job, and it's one of the jobs that has been growing a lot in this last few years with influencers and social media, and it's a reality, and it takes a lot of effort and a lot of creativity and determination to do this. It's not an easy thing, but it's true. Trading may not be considered as, or people may look down on what you are doing if you are just a trader. First of all, they don't understand what you are doing. So they just think that you are going to the casino, betting on red or black, and good luck with the outcome. And there's much more than that into trading, as everyone knows. There's strategy, there's preparation, there's analysis, there's taking care of yourself, there's dealing with your own emotions. There's many things that goes into becoming profitable and actually making this as a career, opposite to gambling, which is just having fun and maybe try to bet whatever you want. And then as GS mentioned as well, you need, and actually it was a question that, it was a topic that we covered last week in the Portuguese live stream. Like, what does it mean actually to become a successful trader? Like, not in terms of what you need to do to become a successful trader, but what does it mean to you? Like, when you think about it, when you close your eyes and you think, okay, what is a successful trader? What is the vision that you have? It's just someone driving Lamborghinis and traveling and using all that flash of whatever money? Or is it more of, I don't know, someone that is respectful, someone that actually managed to take care of his family, maybe not traveling on private jets, but having a life that he's happy with it. It's the freedom that he has. Maybe he can travel, take his family to on holidays, take care of raise the children correctly, whatever it may be. Like, so that's an important question to ask, and the main reason for that is because sometimes having the wrong idea of what a successful trader means, it can actually have a real impact on the way you perform, because you start visualizing something that may not even be real based on your own identity and your goals, but because you see always that big gap between maybe what the others perceive us as a successful trader and what maybe it means to you, and there's no alignment in that, and that can always work as a self-sabotage within your own trading when you are performing. That's maybe why you are rushing. That's maybe why you are over trading instead of just being disciplined and following your strategy. So that's something worth to pay attention to. But in terms of his question, even as an Indian person, I believe that maybe in India there's maybe still that a lot of pressure of you need to be a doctor, you need to be an engineer, otherwise maybe your family is not going to respect you if you don't follow those traditional path, which again, there are maybe some countries that don't others, or some cultures and others that pressure is stronger than others, where there's maybe not the openness to go do maybe what you like or what you are good at. But at the end of the day, it's your life, right? So if you actually are successful, if you actually manage to make money out of trading, like heads off, that's one of the hardest jobs actually to do. Right? That's why 95% of the people fail on in trading. So be proud of what you are doing, of what you are achieving, and keep going, keep growing. Sometimes the respect of your family, of others, they just come later, after you actually make it. They didn't come when you are still doing it or trying to achieve something. And after that, there you go. Maybe when they finally going to say, congratulations, I'm proud of what you are achieving, maybe at that moment you no longer care, not caring in a bad way, like you already accept yourself, like your identity, you are feeling happy with what you achieved. You don't need to look for others' approvals of what you are doing, especially if you are actually become successful in that. But yeah, go ahead, Victor. What is your take on that? It is an important
I think
question.
yeah, it is very important. I think you hit on many good points that I was going to mention. I think one of the thing is, let's go back to the question. The thing is, as you said, there might be some societal values that we have no control of, right? Cultural values, which, you know, that are relevant for your functioning within that group, with that society, that, you know, whatever community you belong to, in this case the Indian community, and perhaps your family, and I can't argue against that, because that's not something within our control, and we can't change that. However, I think this question goes quite deep. As Pedro was alluding to, it's just much more than just trading. It's about um, maybe a bit more philosophical view on life, and what is important in life. Is, I know that, you know, being accepted is obviously very important, and sometimes in some society, as I said, very important, more than others. But is it important for your success in life? And what is success in life, right? How do you define that? As I would say, what about happiness, right? What about well-being? What about taking care of your family, right? Not luxurious life. Let's be real. Taking care of your family, being a responsible, you know, member of your community. What about those values? And trading can give you these values, right? Even if it doesn't have a good name, it doesn't matter, right? It can provide for your family if you are successfully, if you reach that level, and it can give you, you know, well-being, and you know, everything any other job, well-paid job, and actually a lot more than that, can give you freedom in many ways, if you know, reach the levels that that offer that. And I think that I know it's important in some society, but is that very important in the end? Let's say your family, your relative, your parents, I know they want something, they expect something of you in your society, but is that really what they want? What they actually want, I think, is for you to be happy, for you to have a, you know, financial security. And when you can show them that you have achieved these goals doing what you love, I'm completely sure, I'm very confident that they will appreciate what you're doing, even if it's not something that they thought was a great idea, if they see that you're providing for your family, that you're doing well, how can they not accept that? I mean, I think it's so instead of seeking acceptance, I think you should just focus on what you can do well. And if this is obviously something you have edge. If you're funded on 2 accounts, I say focus on your trading and worry less about what they think about you. I know it's sometimes very difficult, but in the end, they're gonna be in the end, when they see success, everyone is gonna, most of the time, everyone will eventually say, they'll turn around and say, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Can you show me? Right? Because everyone wants success in the end, and it doesn't have to be a certain specific way. So, and the other thing is that people in general, society, we tend to put people in boxes, and if you don't fit in that box, you don't fit, right? But I mean, it's a little bit hard, feeling a little bit as an outcast or not accepted. But once you're successful, those boxes don't matter anymore. So I would say just focus on your trading, and focus on you being happy, you doing what you like, and it's having success and progressing, and everything else will be just fine. All right, good stuff.
Yeah,
Let's see.
it's a depot, and as Mark said, and that goes maybe with age and the experience in life, which is when you're younger, yes, we do care way too much about what others think and opinion of anyone else. And as you grow a little bit, you see that everyone has their own life to care about. They don't really care that much about you, or they may care about during 5 minutes, and then they just move on. And that's the reality. And that goes as well, even for someone that wants to create content online. One of the biggest obstacles of someone starting create content is actually to think about what the guys, when you went to high school and whatever, what they're going to think about you creating now content where they don't really care about anything. They don't even maybe know that you are doing creating content whatsoever. But that's one of the first barriers that someone kind of needs to overcome to do it.
Sometimes
go ahead.
Sometimes it's what we think that they think about us, right? It's our thoughts that are stopping us from doing things. Sometimes they might not even have those ideas about us. It's us projecting our insecurities or our doubts about our own decisions. We project them on them, thinking that that's how they think, and that may not be even the case all the time. Yeah, we have a couple of good questions. Actually, that one question got some people thinking. Let's see. We have one. What advice would you give someone not profitable and still struggling to keep a funded account? What helped you guys overcome this?
Yeah, you want to go first?
Sure. I would say if you said you're not profitable, but you have a funded account, I would say at least you were funded for some period, because otherwise you probably wouldn't be able to have the funded account. That's a sign. If you already got to the funded stage, that's a indication that you have got something going on there. You got some edge, at least temporarily, if you're not too sure about it. You have to keep working at it, right? It's a constant work. Having edge, attaining edge, defining your edge, executing that edge is a hard work, as we most of the time say. But you gotta work. There's no shortcut to this. If you think you can just watch some YouTube videos for a couple of minutes, and just try it out, and it's gonna you're gonna be able to wing it, I'm sorry, it's not gonna that's not how it's gonna go. So you gotta put in the work. What I would say is, as I said, there are no shortcuts. So you gotta have your data. You gotta collect your data. You gotta have a trade plan, and based on the data, you build your trade plan. And if it's not profitable, you go back, collect some more data, have some new ideas. You gotta have that. You gotta do that system building process until you have something that is profitable consistently to some degree. And then you apply it to the market, and then you'll find new challenges. How do I trade within the plan? How do I deal with revenge and FOMO and all of those things? And you have to find ways to solve them and make them overcome those things. And it's we can pick one of those things, but in the end it's work. You got to identify the problem and look for a solution. Why am I doing this? What's happening? Is it me? Is it the strategy? Is it the market? Is it, what is it? Maybe it's none of those. Maybe, you're over risking, right? So your risk management, so your strategy is fine, the market is just fine. You're just over risking. You don't know that you're taking too much risk. It looks like it isn't much, but in reality, it might be too much. And fixing that could be all you need, right? But it's always there's another step, another challenge, right? It's a never-ending process of learning about you, about the strategy, and about the market. What can I say? You could look for mentors that can point you into some direction. They can spot your blind spots. They can teach you some concepts. They can, help you with the skill of reading price action or collecting data. That's a shortcut in a way, right? Because you do it in a shorter time. But you can also look for communities, right? The Discord community of the The5ers, that's a great place to look for. We have the ABL community, which is by traders for traders. These ideas, they can help you by being part of such a community. They can help you, other members, and you learning from their experiences and mistakes. You can accelerate that process. I would say those are the things, and a combination. You don't have to do one or the other. You can do, take a mentor for a couple of weeks or months, and then while you're in a community, and as you need, you go to that person, or it can be a trading buddy. It doesn't have to be necessarily a mentor, but someone do everything that is in your reach, I would say, to accelerate that process. But in the end, it's still gonna take a lot of time, and there's no way easy fix for that. It's hours putting in deliberate practice into your craft as a trader. There's no secret. Hard work.
Yeah, that's reality, right? And it can also start with what is your expectation? Like, first of all, GS, we don't really know for how long I've been trading. Like, maybe the answer would vary if you are trading for less than 2 years, or more than 2 years, or more than 5 years. Because usually within those time frames, there's a different path of journey of a trader. Do you already feel totally comfortable with the edge that you have, with the strategy that you have? For example, when are you getting influenced by the other guys, the other people's views on the market? For example, when you see Victor doing his own analysis, do you get influenced by his views? Do you try to kind of, look for longs if he tells you that's maybe a good level to look for a long, or the opposite, or then Jonatan or Alex or whatever is here in the stream? Or do you manage to listen to their view, but always with the lenses of your own strategy and your approach, right? That's already a step in here, right? Not getting totally distracted with what other people are doing or saying, and continue to still focus on the way you look at the market, your edge that you have, and the way you see it. So that's one point as well. So it's mostly looking inwards. Of course, journaling is the most important thing. It was one of the biggest the key is to help me to kind of overcome that step. You need to journal. You need to review your trades. Be curious. Like, curiosity is really important in trading. The sense of always asking why or how it happened. How could you actually have made more or improved, or maybe cut losses or add more gains? So the curiosity is really important in this process. You need to do the work. No one is going to do the work for you. As Victor mentioned, it takes work, and it takes time. But enjoy the process. Like, it's maybe don't put too much weight on you, like in this phase. like enjoy it. I think, as Vitor mentioned, then in terms of community or eventually mentor, I think having a buddy, like someone that maybe looks at the market in a similar way than you, I think it's really important to find someone that has a similar view, that you can actually share stuff. If you find someone that is trading completely opposite, I don't really see the benefit on it, but you find someone that actually has a similar take and actually is accountable with you, then you can grow. Someone at the same level. But yes, I think if you do have someone more experienced kind of as a mentor, I think that actually can accelerate the process as well, because it can review your mistakes. It can maybe help you straight away to error correct them. But I always try to take the approach of, if you have a mistake, try to find a solution, but then try to implement an action as well. Like, don't just try to find a solution and be happy with it. No, what can you do straight away in the next day to improve on that specific aspect? And a thing that you can also do is every month try to separate your trading in maybe 5, 6, 7 different phases. Between trade management, execution, take profit, stop loss. Like, try to separate them in different aspects, and every month work on one aspect, one specific aspect of those characteristics. Can be your entry, can be your risk management, can be your exits, can be whatever your analysis, maybe to identify better opportunities. Just work every single day, every single month on one aspect, and try to improve that specific one. After 1 year, most likely you have managed to work at least in 12 aspects of your trading, and always improving and getting better. That's a good tip as well that you can do. Grade your days based on that specific skill that you're trying to improve. For example, if it is entries, how did you execute your trades today? Like, grade it 0 to 5 or 0 to 10, grade it and keep going during the month. Most likely you should be improving your entries during those 30 days. During that month, and then next month just move on, go to the next one. Those are just a few tips that you can try to work on, because sometimes it's not just psychology, like, what's mindset shift. It's both. It's combination of your strategy with the way you are approaching the market as well. But it depends, like, if it is technical, if it is strategy, if it is seeing the big dollar amounts in your account. It depends on what actually you are struggling with. But that's always a good question.
Yeah, we have some Hamid, some chipping in with some great advice as well about life, right? You live, your life is yours, and you need to focus on what's important to you and not so much about what others think, right? Kingsley talking about it's not only in India, but in many developing countries, you have this stigma on trading and expectation. Everyone who, especially if they don't understand, and most people, they know, almost everyone knows about trading, but really understand what trading is. Not everyone understands that. So you have somewhat of not knowing what it is also playing a role there. I like this one. Other people's opinion doesn't pay your bills. That's a very pragmatic way of looking at it, and it's so true. In the end, you have to feed yourself. No one else will. So you do what works for you. All right. So someone very amazed that there is no magic formula to be profitable in the market. I hope you're sarcastic, Mari Jan, and I'm sure you are. Nice comment there. All right, so that's awesome. We have do we have some? Did I skip someone? I think it's fine for now. Keep those questions coming on, guys. You have the opportunity with us, Pedro and I, and with everyone in our show to ask. Make use of it, right? We've been through ups and downs in our journey becoming profitable. Make use of it. We're here for that, for you to make use of our experience, to profit, to benefit from. That's why we're here. We love sharing, and talk about trading and helping others by sharing our experience, right? You don't have to agree with my concept, but the process of being a trader is, roughly is very similar in many people, right? You you make roughly the same mistakes, the same kind of mistakes, even if you're trading something completely different. And the process of building a system, no matter what the system is roughly the same. You can have different approaches, but you gotta have do the data collection, have some kind of strategy, and then analyze, see if it makes sense, and then go back, optimize or not. And the process, even if everyone else, not everyone is conscious about it, that's basically what we do, consciously or not. So yeah, make use of it. But while you're making use of it, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, make this channel a even bigger one that we are already. Make this the trading stream of the whole YouTube. All right. JS being happy or being grateful for the what we do here. Thank you for that. That makes me feel good about the time we spend with you guys. And we have one here, as one person saying here, I've blown many accounts because I revenge trade, but I have my edge and the ability to execute those edge. That edge, but revenge trading is my weakness. How do you guys overcome this point? Revenge trade, I think it can have different things, right? It can have different causes. Typically, what's best is you need to find what the trigger is. If you look back, there is a certain pattern before you step into that revenge trading. There are some steps that happen while, before, during, and after revenge trading, and there's a mental process that goes on, and it might not be the same every time, but you typically have an event or a thought that triggers you into revenge trading, right? And it's helpful to identify these triggers, right? And one way to do it, you have to build awareness of your thoughts and your process, what you do, how you feel, and that awareness, of course, for that awareness, journaling helps a lot. Once you identify the triggers, you can work on these triggers. Why do I feel this way? Why do I think this way, right? It might be something you feel, let's say you had you lost a trade. Typically it comes after a loss, right? It's a revenge. You lost a trade or a sequence of trades, and it hurts too much, or you risked too much and you can't accept the loss, right? It's not okay to you. You got to do something about it, right? So by knowing the trigger, you could say, well, maybe if my risk less is going to hurt less when I lose, and I'm going to be more in control. I'm not going to lose my posture with that loss, right? That's just one simple example. That's one thing. And the other thing is, there is another approach, right? That's more about the behavioral science of revenge trading. But the other thing you can do is you can focus on having the quantitative, if that's a quantitative analysis of your trade. What do I mean by that? Quantify what the edge in your system, right? By marking, by journaling your trade as it should be, right? The actual signal, following your trade plan to the T, and label those trades that you take after that are not part of your trades, right? Those that you identify as revenge trades. Now, take out the revenge trades as a subgroup, right? And measure their expectancy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, keep asking and we might explain to you more about that. But identify the revenge trades, measure what their expectancy is, meaning, how much profit divided by the number of trades. Profits either in dollar terms, but best is in R terms, in R units, divided by the number of trades. If it's negative, right, that means that those trades are not profitable. There is a thing where you actually see these trades that are not profitable when you deviate from your trade plan, right? And you keep that in front of you, right? That data that you just collected, that measurement that you just did. And the next time you feel the urge to revenge trade, take a look and remind yourself of what happens when you revenge trade. Look at that negative expectancy, and you'll see, do I really want to take a trade of those? Right? That's when you see that, because when you're revenge trading, what is it that makes it okay for a little while to actually take the trade, even though you shouldn't be? The thought, the hope that just maybe this time you are going to, even though you shouldn't be trading it, maybe you're gonna get lucky. Maybe you're gonna get a trade and it's gonna make up for the losses you just had, right? But that maybe is based on some kind of hope, unknown, based on something unknown, right? But when you measure it, when you quantify it, you actually know that it's not profitable, then there's no need in hoping. You already know that taking those trades is going to cause you to lose, right? Having that awareness constantly I think could help you very much in dissuading yourself in taking that trade. Because why would I want to be trading something that has proven to me that is unprofitable on average?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jonatan.
What's that name where you are silent and then you make the people watching you are going to guess on like what you're doing, what animal you are?
Shrugs.
Yeah. Okay, so what is this? Okay, guys. What's this? What's this? Okay, I haven't begun it. No, I'm beginning now. What's that? What's that? Okay, that is NCD USD, because NCD USD is breaking out.
That was so obvious.
It's so obvious, yeah.
Obvious. I know why I couldn't pick it up.
Let me share the chart for you guys. Check it out. NCD USD.
This
breaking
needs to
out.
be clipped. Someone clips this moment, please.
Yeah, somebody send us the clip for that, please.
Yeah. Good one. Guys, okay, so Thursday. Victor, I sent you a message on WhatsApp. Are you in? Are you in or not?
Well, I'm doing some
lazy.
Okay, Alex, gonna be quiet for a minute. Victor, are you in? Are you gonna be with us? Are you gonna be trading on with the 5ers against Traded Pool?
Yes, I am. I didn't read the message yet. Was it a recent?
Well, I like that you're saying yes without reading the message, though. So yeah, that's great. No turning back now. So the thing is, Traded Pool. Go ahead. They're doing their live stream a little bit longer, like an hour or so. So because they're beginning at the US Open, and then they continue because they're like from another universe, from North America. So that means we have to extend our live stream to cover their hours, because we're going to be trading from when they start their live stream and until the end.
Yes. If it's the extension you're talking about, yes, I'm in. Nice.
Okay, so Alex, you're part of the team. So it's gonna be Alex.
Wait.
Mike. You don't get to. So it's gonna be Alex.
This isn't right.
How dare he do that to my friend? How dare he?
Okay, so
he thinks he's funny, He thinks he can do that. Okay, now he's muted. No, you've muted yourself.
Okay, I have an important announcement to make. Could we please focus? Okay, so what we're doing here is Alex, Anastasia, and Victor are going to be trading against Michael, and Mitch.
Wait, hold on a second. Where are you? What are you doing?
I'm going to
what
be
are
the
you doing?
host of everything. I'm going to be hosting everything. I'm going to be making sure that the giveaways are running smooth. We're going to give away a ton of accounts, guys, like 20 accounts or some
No.
crazy like that.
Hang
So
on,
I'm going to be
Michael are you
taking care of the
talking about?
giveaways. I'm going to be
Michael are you talking
checking
about?
out on the other streams as well, because we're going to be having our stream and then they're going to be streaming at the same time, and we're going to be switching back and forth. Of course, I'm going to be trading. It's just that I'm going to be letting you, because you know what happens when we trade and then try to also, have the live stream. It's like we're staring at the chart, and then it's just.
It sounds to me like Jonathan's scared of trading against Trade the Bull. To be honest, that he's scared that that he might let the 5ers team down.
Well, I will show you guys that I'm able to host this and win it at the same time.
No, we do need it. We do need a host. We do definitely. Need
Yeah, definitely. So
if this is the 5ers against Trade the Pool, then you should be on the 5ers team. You should be somebody independent. Fully.
well, I like that you have many opinions, Michael, but unfortunately, they don't matter in this case. It's good that you have opinions. I respect that.
Oh dear.
So yeah,
Just keep them. Jonathan, you're saying
And-
just keep them.
This is
I will
not-
also be
this
the
is not a
referee, of
democracy.
course. I'll will. The smallest mistake. Yeah, exactly. I'll be the moderator and the referee. So
Yeah, and he's going to be
tiny
so
little
unbiased.
mistake from the traded pool team, and they're out of here. Actually, I can't. They have their own live stream, I guess. So
Oh dear.
What are the rules? Are
yeah.
there certain rules to normalize? Because they're going to be trading different assets. Are the accounts the same kind of parameters in terms of risk, in terms of size?
yeah, it's a great question. Great question. So what I did was I told Mickey, the CEO of Traded Pool, I told him, you know what, you set up the accounts, you fix everything to make sure that, and then he goes to Alex and says, you fix this. So it's not fixed. We know how that goes. So we're probably what we're going to be doing, because stock trading and forex trading is so different, mostly because we have like 1 million times leverage and they don't have that much. So what we have to do is we have to set up an account where most likely we're going to be trading low leverage, is what I'm thinking, to kind of even the playing field in a sense. And hope that it's going to be an insanely boring market for equities,
Like we're having today for currencies.
Yeah, but I still think we can forex trading, we can trade on the 1 minute, and with our leverage we can actually make some points. Like, how do you trade stock market profitably when the S&P 500 is not moving an inch?
I think it's going to move. So don't forget, on Friday the market is closed. It's Friday, whatever,
Easter,
because of Easter time, exactly. And
The
on
rabbits
Thursday
and
you
stuff.
have ECB. We have ECB interest rate decision. So Christine Lagarde is going to be speaking around the time that the market opens.
I
That's
forgot the
going to be
oven again.
volatility.
Sorry guys, I gotta go.
Yeah,
Get
there's
food
going to
in
be
the oven again.
volatility on the euro pairs for sure, at least on Thursday.
What did he forget?
The oven, something in the oven.
I tell you what, I feel like we're just ranging today, or I'm just doing really bad trading. I don't know.
I'm just trading my P&L like an idiot on Euro USD right now.
Euro USD.
Euro USD. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
just been trading the range. It's ridiculous.
Why don't you trade the range?
I have been, but not successfully.
Yes, I think the market perhaps is
Flat.
in a waiting stance, right? It's consolidation is is when the market isn't sure where it wants to go yet, and still waiting for some kind of catalyst. And that catalyst would be in any case, it could be on for the euro dollar, could be that interest rate decision coming on Thursday, and this would be the first one after the tariffs were implemented and then postponed by Trump. So it's going to be interesting as what's Lagarde going to do in terms of managing the interest rate and their policy, monetary policy, that is, for the euro. So I have on Hamed and many others have asked us to look at gold, and I'll do a very quick, if possible, look at what are the opportunities I think for gold today on the higher time frame. There isn't really anything to say. That's the demand area below us. On the daily, there isn't anything other than we had some nice big handles breaking a bearish structures right here. See that quasi has been taken out, meaning everything is switched back into bullish stance, and we have a weekly order block to support that, and a daily below us, but we're not there anywhere near. So we were looking at yesterday how we were forming some, there were some structures on the H4 which could give us some support temporarily, but I'm keen on looking if the market is tapping out and getting ready for some kind of retracement before we perhaps go long, go higher later on, right? If you look at that daily, right, the question is, do we retrace somewhat before continuing the trend, or are we getting follow through right away after just a couple of bars into continuation mode? That jury is still out. Market is holding quite nicely, so we would, you would think it would favor that follow-up movement, but we'll have to be patient. Maybe it takes a little longer to form those structures, those bearish reversal structures, for the beginning of a possible retracement. So far, it's been holding that H4 order block and actually building upon it. But as you can see on the lower time frame as well, it's been reacting very nicely to the H1 quasi, which is not very significant in the greater schemes of things. But the thing is, this is one of the structures, actually, that's on the H2. And this is not a H2 quasi, but it is an H1. This is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline. It breaks it, and what do we see? We do see an order block actually here on the H2. Let's see if that's correct. What's the high on this? It's 34.59, and this close is 34.55. So technically, this is an H2 entry order block. See it right there? What does price do? Price comes back to it and has a nice reversal candlestick pattern, or rejection, I should say. Right? See the creation of that H2 order block again and again. So it is confirming that this structure, in any case for now, is a good stop for price. It's a supply zone that is relevant. Market is reacting according to according to what it represents. And after that, this is on the H1, of course. Let's see, this is, I said H2, but it's an H1 order block. I'm sorry about that. What we do see is that we are also finding that the market, after reaching that H1 quasi, right, it is confirming, at least so far, by creating a H4 order block. So I think this is the test for the market. If the market is going to perhaps start a retracement, a much deeper retracement, this could be the moment if it invalidates that setup. This is the area we want to be looking for. So I think that's the area as well where we would be. We should look for that opportunity, and there is an H1 order block as well, which is fresh. So we have alignment, and I would be glad to take a short from within this area on the lower time frame. So I think short, there is a possibility for gold, but only if as long as it doesn't it doesn't invalidate this H4 order block we are currently in. And for targets, you can use the H4, of course. Just to get an idea, we have one structure below, so you could put your targets right there. Right, I would like to just stay in the range, not thinking about much lower, because we don't have a break of structure. Right, it doesn't make sense to be aiming lower if the market doesn't confirm anything more than just a push lower into lower levels. I would say into that order block. And if you look at the H2 and H1, they don't offer anything in between. So I would say that structure, this level, which would be 32.14 roughly, is a great target to have for today if you're taking a short. I think that's the opportunity if I would be taking if we have a reversal in here, and we're, based on the order blocks, we are having some kind of reversal. I would be looking for a quasi if it's still going to happen, or some other reason. You can think up of any price action combination that could be a signal to you. That's on gold for me. So we continue. Let's see on some other pairs. Any questions? Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't mind talking the whole hour. I don't mind at all.
I think
go ahead.
Pound CHF is still in play for the long side. Unfortunately, I closed my position earlier on this morning, so I didn't. I'm no longer in there, but I still think it's in play long. You've got the NZD USD trade that is pushing higher, and it looks like it's going to hit the 59.29s. So that's something that I would look at. What else? USD CAD may trickle up. It looks like it's starting to get a little bit of momentum, but I think New York will open up some more trading AUD. Actually, if you have a look at AUD on a 5-minute, it does look quite good as well.
USD CAD, are you looking for longs or?
Yeah, just those are just all longs, mate.
You're looking from EMA's point of view, I think, right? And break and retest, I suppose.
Yeah, market structure and EMAs mostly.
Yeah. Let's look at the bigger picture. Look for alignment. Oh, I like that. It is coming into some supply area though, so I'm gonna be curious about that. See how it reacts. Let's take a deeper look. I like this V-shaped recovery. That's very, very powerful, because if not mistaken, this is in a long time. That's a new low in a very long time. So you could see some follow up on that bullishness. But we are in a daily order block though. So is it fresh? Would I consider this fresh? Well, it is on the fifth candle. That is fresh. Let's see. We do have, but we are not seeing any on the higher time frames. We're not seeing any selling coming in. See that there's no reversal, at least not in the H4. There was one order block created here. A borderline order block, but still an order block. You can see that, but it broke right away. That tells us something, right? They don't hold, they don't have follow through. That tells us that the sellers are not exactly taking control. Let's look at anything else.
Pound JPY long. I think Rafael has just pointed it out. It looks like he's going to go to 190s. I don't know what anybody else thinks on an hourly time.
Which one is it? GJ?
GJ, yeah.
Yeah. What about it? Let's look at on the lower time frame, I suppose. All of these are.
Yeah, 1 hour time frame. I think you can see very well that it's going to take out the high, or it looks like it's going to push to take out the highs.
Okay, so I understand where we are. It is oh, nice, a nice one. I like that. That's a quasi with no enter order block on the H4, but it's a very nice one. Of course, this is the target because on that quasi. So this will work as a magnet. Usually, you're gonna see some. It's gonna at least try to test it. Other than that, ooh, that's a nice candle there, and it retraces back into it. Too bad it didn't get to any structure there, but you can see already that's a very nice reversal as well. So I think there were, ooh, yes, one, see that order block? That's a beauty of an order block. Look at how it comes back to that order block, and that's the lowest point it got until it moved away from it. Right? These are the entry points you want to be catching right there. That's the order block. Has an immediate retest, goes away. Right? It tells you what's its intention, comes back, retests, and then moves in the proper, and not in the proper, but I mean in the desired or expected direction. And no, that's just beautiful. That's a gorgeous. But it's the trade is already either you're in somewhere in here, but now going long, unless you are in a higher time frame, not even so. I well, no, I wouldn't. I think now is not the moment to go long though. If you're already in, that's great. On the lower time frames, of course, you could be looking for that retest, for that price to be taking that, testing these highs. But the entry area isn't great, at least not for me. I suppose for you trading momentum, Alex, it makes sense for you to enter here and target that continuation. It does look like it's very strong and heading for that target for sure. What other pair should we look at?
I'm just taking a long on Aussie CAD.
Aussie CAD, okay. Let's look at that. Aussie CAD. All right, so in comparison to the other pair we just GJ it was, right? Was it? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so Aussie CAD. So they don't share any currency. I thought we had some currency share, so we can do some strength comparison. So what do we see in this? We created an order block where we came from. We are retracing that huge move, which has been for some time. So possibly taking a lot of liquidity there. Okay, we understand that. What else? Do we have something here to surprise in this time frame? If we go one step higher, we don't have anything. We only have this weekly outside bar order block created by that outside bar, which is quite far. So and we're coming into these lows, which could be places where price might stop and rethink where they want to go, where it wants to go. Let's mark that with a weekly. Well, just leave it like that.
What is your target, Mike, on that one? Which level are you looking?
898 roughly. 0898.
It's all the way back to the highs to the previous 2nd, 3rd of April. Yeah.
Yeah. If you look at it on the 4 hour, we've got several outside bars pushing us up. Currently,
you could go there.
Currently forming one on the 4 hour as well right now, chasing the inside bar on the 4 hour as well that was just formed.
Yeah. Did you enter just now, or did you enter before?
I entered not so long ago, about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
What you on, Michael?
Aussie CAD.
How's it cut? Yeah, looking more for something in here, I think.
Wow, that's really nice.
Yeah, it could go. It just depends also kind of where is your stop loss. Just in terms of the price actually moving all the way to your target, which would make a great risk reward. I'll be just a bit of concern with this previous level support resistance, that kind of price hold a little bit. I could see some bounces in there. And question mark is if you're going to have a deeper retracement or not. But that we those two levels would be basically my concern somewhere in there. And then
What happened to Victor? He was here 1 second. He's gone.
Yeah, and maybe
vanished.
some connections, issue connections, maybe with this.
All right. Okay. I blinked and he disappeared.
Yeah. It looks good. It looks good. There's been strength on the Aussie, and the actual card has been moving down. So it's actually, if it continues, you may go all the way through.
The other one that's has a lot of volatility at the moment, just in terms of divergence of strength, is Euro Aussie dollar, but just doesn't look as clean to me at the moment. So not really seeing a great opportunity.
Looking down or up? Which direction would you be looking for?
I mean, I would probably be looking up, if I'm honest. I'd be looking for longs potentially, but I need to see it form some more support on the 1 hour at the moment.
I'm back,
approaching
guys.
the walls. Yeah, welcome, Victor.
I lost my connection for some weird reason. Not sure yet what happened, but it doesn't matter. I'm back. Shall I continue, or you guys started something else?
Yeah, we looked at Aussie CAD a little bit.
No problem.
In terms of Euro Aussie, it looks like the price already created kind of a double top in there. I'm just curious to see how price may react from within this level. Because there is already a attempt to go higher. Price actually respected nicely this structure in here, and now it's slowly moving down. It could eventually go down again and potentially come back into this level, especially if the Aussie dollar continues with momentum to the upside, which could potentially happen. But that's also at the key level. So we don't have this structure, and on the Aussie dollar we have a supply level, so they're actually kind of the same. Somewhere in here. So we'll see if the Aussie dollar and the Euro Aussie, if they respect the structure or not.
The other one that's maybe worth having a look at is Euro New Zealand, because just looking at the strength scores, the Euro is the weakest right now.
Yeah, Euro is really struggling across the board. Euro and CAD are really struggling, I think,
and the USD as well. Whereas New Zealand dollar is just flying. So Euro New Zealand also potential break and retest on the 15-minute.
Yeah, when you're looking at Euro pairs, I'm looking at Euro index. We had a massive move last week. Like, we managed to break the structure. I don't even have data more on the left side. This doesn't really include match data in here. It's just until 2021. But we managed to break that important high. We are almost retesting now the previous level support resistance. So I'm looking somewhere around here, maybe going to have some reaction on the Euro pairs. So I'm just curious about this, but there's maybe a bit more room to downside. And if not, then I'm looking for price to get a little bit closer to here. So those are two levels where I'm expecting the Euro index to move towards to and potentially find some reaction. So until then, maybe going to continue to see more weakness on the Euro pairs. It can be Euro pound, it can be Euro Aussie, it can be Euro New Zealand, it can be even Euro dollar, it can be many of the Euro pairs. I really like to analyze Euro index. It can give so much great indication or direction for the Euro pairs, and then it's just about selecting which Euro pair you want to trade and benefit from. But maybe a bit more weakness on the Euro index, which again can lead into that Euro New Zealand lower as well, which is interesting. We'll see.
Guest. We have. Does our guest want to give a thumbs up if he is ready? Oh, he is ready.
Hey guys, what's up?
Welcome.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, all good. How are you guys?
Good, thank you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
doing
feeling
well.
good.
Good.
I think the majority of us are quite bored.
I don't know. Just before I joined, you were talking about a lot of different pairs.
Yeah, just pairs that are just that like pairs that look like they're gonna start pushing up, but there's not too much momentum behind them just yet. They're just kind of they're a bit slow. But we're just talking about pairs, just going through them in general, not pairs.
Desperately trying to find something interesting and exciting.
Yeah.
I feel like
Hey, Griff.
there is a lot close to happening. Hey, Victor.
Sorry, I didn't. I was distracted. Wasn't watching who was in and who's not until I heard your voice. How are you doing? Sorry to interrupt the conversation.
No, not at all. I'm well, Victor. Are you okay? We're normally like passing ships, aren't we? You're leaving as I'm joining.
Yes, I think we should change things from time to time so we get to stream together for some time. It's always a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
And
at the moment, the charts, I mean, there's so many trades that are nearly happening. I know exactly what you mean because I was, as you were saying, like Euro NZD, I've been, and what else were you looking at? Euro AUD, they're all like close to having a pretty good setup, I think.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit more momentum in some of them, and they would be great setups. Also, you've got NZD USD has already happened. I think Jonatan caught that one really nicely. If we just pull his chart up, you'll be able to you should be able to see that's really pushing up nicely. I think it's going to be a wait until New York. See what's happening. I guess
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's funny. When you guys are waiting for a trade, you're waiting an hour. Like when I thought you guys were bored and waiting for setups, I was like, oh, maybe on Thursday or Friday we'll have a trade. A little bit different.
Well, swing traders waiting for trades. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
next
what
week.
we like.
You know?
Yeah.
What do you do with all that time, honestly?
Yeah. Like
Oh,
that
To
time.
try and
is
find
like-
things to back.
Like, you have to actually go out and enjoy your life. Like you actually
Yeah.
have to find things to make. We have to just sit here and just watch what price is doing.
Yeah, but it makes great entertainment for the swing traders.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah, like, I love
That's what
how
I
much
end up doing, isn't it?
trading's gone
Watching
from
us sweat.
yeah.
Swing traders watch scalpers.
Louis says he's taken a short on gold. The only thing I don't like about the short on gold is the 15-minute. 15-minute, it's kind of, I mean, yes, we've broken below the 200, but they're crossing over the EMAs at the moment. So I don't quite like the look of that one, if I'm honest. Not sure where your stops and your take profits are, but yeah. Trade with Choch. Can you sell GU? I don't know. Can you sell GU? I guess you can if you want to. It's entirely up to you. If you want
You
to.
can do whatever you want to do, mate. You are.
We will
It's
not
a blank
judge you.
canvas where you can put all of your art onto the screen.
Do you know what I think we need, Alex? I think what we need to do is we need to pump up the energy.
Okay.
We need to pump up the energy. What do you
How are we
reckon?
doing that? Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Gonna pump it up.
let's pump up the energy.
Let's pump up the energy. Okay.
Let's go.
Guys, before we do that though, turn down your speakers just in case.
Yeah, just turn your volume just down a little bit.
Yeah, that was definitely not what I meant. I was actually just gonna put that on. That's what I was gonna put out. I was about to click it, and then suddenly that came on. Well,
I wasn't sure which it was going to be.
That
I knew it was
AlphaBeta-
gonna be one of those.
I did
two.
not expect it. You know, I did not.
That's
expect
just old school.
That-
You know,
that
your
Alpha-
pump up is old school. This is the new pump it up. You know, ABL, bring in the pump.
That ABL video is so energizing. I feel like I want to go for a run. now.
Exactly.
You know those.
Exactly.
You know those. You know the music they put before you start a marathon or any long run. Those events they have to, give you that energy. That's what I get from.
No, I
that.
listen to when I'm doing a marathon. I listen to Bloomberg. Bloomberg surveillance.
That energizes you. Well, whatever floats your boat, Alex. But
I run
the-
fast.
the-
when I'm-
the ABL video got me energized, so I'm gonna go run now. So see you guys in about 1 hour. Bye.
See you soon, Victor.
Yeah, I'm going as well, guys. Have a good stream. Thank you, guys, everyone. Enjoy. Have a
Thanks, Pedro.
enjoy
See
this
you.
market. Thank you. Bye.
Enjoy this market. Said like a person that knows that the market is pants right now.
Exactly.
On a serious level, on a serious note, I think it's just about zooming out just a little bit and just
A little bit of patience.
sitting on the
biding
hands,
time.
guys.
Yeah.
Sitting on the hands.
Exactly. Akram.
Manol, you're in a Griff.
Myself, mate.
Yeah, I think I need to channel my inner Griff. I think that is right. Yeah, that would actually help me.
Alex took a lot of learnings from the conversation with Scruffy last week.
Oh yeah, I
Well,
saw that.
none of that helped. None of that helped me with today with this rangy market.
What's his trading style?
Cool and collective, 10p per point.
Cool as a cucumber.
You ain't getting no cooler than Scruff.
No,
But Scruff's what he basically just levels up, put all of his levels in the chart, looks for an impulse of some sort, has a fib, and then just trades with retracements to between a 23 and a 38 fib, down to a 50, and he will just trade that little range, and he's got a very, very, very high win rate. Got about 9% win rate, but he trades very small as well. So he's like the king of small, consistent moves.
yeah. He
Which is very impressive.
kills the market with 1 million cuts. That's how he does it.
Yeah, which is normally the opposite with a lot of people.
Exactly. Precisely that. But yeah, Akram, couldn't have said it better myself. That intro deserves a like. What more, it deserves you guys to go and check out the AlphaBeta Lab, which is where Alex and I are usually found. So we've still got Victor's chart on. Sorry, hang on. Let's see what Jonathan's chart is doing, because neither Alex or I are actually
What
sharing
about
the chart.
a 5 minute pound Swissy again? With 40p.
5 minute pound Swissy again.
I don't trade
Yeah,
any Swiss.
I can see that.
pairs. What's that currency pair like?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person. I do not know. I've never traded. But seeing as it's there and it looks like it's moving right now, that's what I was in it this morning, and I actually ended up getting out of it early, but now it's given an opportunity to get back in. I'll put it on the screen right now.
It does look nice.
It does look nice. It looks very nice. And the reason okay, is that my screen?
No, that's Jonathan's. There's
That's
yours.
okay. Are you clicking it while I'm clicking it?
Yes.
Okay. So just for the pure, we had this really nice impulse. We had a nice little range, break above the range, come back down into this area of demand. This is just giving the story of what's been going on. Pushed up above the EMAs, and we had this really, really tight range. Now, this morning we were long here, but ended up getting taken out. We got caught up in this range right here. So this wick started pushing up, came back down, took everybody out in this wick. The reason I got back in was because I noticed that all we did was come back, take everybody out, find buyers around that 618 and cover and close within these EMAs. So that's when I decided to get straight back in. Unfortunately, my trading is super sloppy today. I've been getting out of trades pretty much way too early, even though that this has been in play. So I actually got out of this trade, and then it just got out of it here for some reason, and then it just went pushed up and took those highs. Now I'm back in this trade here, looking for it to continue to take out these highs, and my stop loss is below. I need to channel my inner Griff right now, but
Channel it.
the overall play, I do think this is going to slowly drift up, take out that high, eventually take out that high. That is what I think it's going to do. We've had this break up above the range, we've had a close above the range, and now we've had a retest on it, and then a slow continuation. So that's why I'm just trying to see if this has now got the momentum just to continue to take out these highs, and that's what I'll be aiming for it to do right now.
Interesting. Yeah.
And we can have a look at it on that. So the reason why I liked it as well, because we had this really nice impulse, and then we had just the break, retest, continuation back on those EMAs, which for me was just like, okay, then I think we're good to go back on. Yeah, Alex is back on his pound, the thing that absolutely terrorized me last week. I don't think it was the pound that terrorized me. It was my lack of patience that You're muted, Michael. Yep, still muted, mate.
Yeah, it was your obsession with the pound that messed you up.
Obsession.
It wasn't the pound itself, it was your obsession with the pound.
Yep, it was obsession.
Oh no! Oh god! Here we go.
Oh, here he is.
Oh my god! Let's get rid of him.
All right, check.
NZD USD. Yep, NZ USD.
Yeah,
is
I didn't mean to join the stream actually. I was just checking in the background. I ate all my kids' candies, and I got to run down to the store and buy him more before he gets home from school.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I love how even when you're supposed to be, outside of the office, enjoying yourself outside, you are still working. You are still locked into the stream.
He's locked in.
Definitely.
And he's But Jonatan, explain. Do you not have enough energy that you had to eat all the candy as well? You don't strike me as somebody that needs that sugar input.
No, I know, man. It's like it's crazy. How do you eat like 2,000 calories in 15 minutes? Insane.
That's how you do it.
I've been to one store and it's sold out. So now I'm running to the next store and hoping that it's there because, I got to replace it before the kid comes home and my fiance as well. Because it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good.
You ate all of your child's candy.
Father of the year.
Yes, and it's Easter and like it's supposed to like have a lot of candy and stuff, and now I've eaten it all, so now I gotta buy more.
Good luck. Incredible. That sounds like a good quest.
Yeah, it sounds. Best of luck. Yeah, like Griff said.
I get excited looking at the charts, and I have to eat something.
There's nothing exciting going on right now. Don't worry.
Well, if you're not
Aussie CAD's breaking up.
Aussie CAD's breaking out. Pull up your chart.
Well, good to see you, Griff.
Good to see you too, Jonatan. Good luck with the sweet quest.
Yeah, I told you last time I wanted to get on when you were online. I wish we could have met in different circumstances.
When he wasn't on the street.
Yeah.
Another time.
All right, I gotta get this candy, and then I gotta run back. and check out my positions. All right, guys.
See you later,
I'm
mate.
gonna try. Can you
See
remove
ya.
me because I can't remove?
Yep.
He's a character.
Oh, honestly, he's
Eating his kids' sweets. Oh gosh, can't believe it. Can't believe it.
Um,
I would never do that ever. I would never eat my
you
children's candy.
so would. You so
I
would.
would say I wouldn't to them, and then I'd go and eat it. To
Yeah,
teach them a
exactly.
lesson. Always expect the unexpected.
What I don't like on gold longs is this. This area here. It's a support level on multiple times. We had this candle come up, pull up, long wick. We've reacted off that wick and we pushed on up. There is now liquidity to be taken on either side of it, but I don't know how much sell momentum you'll get. You look at how the EMAs are crossing over. We've crossed over the 200s a couple of times now, and we've pushed straight back up again. So,
Michael, there's an issue with your EMA. For some reason, it's not looking like that.
sorry, about an hour or two ago, you said you were swapping to the simples.
Oh no, I was only joking. I would never.
You're only
swap
joking.
simple
Oh,
moving average.
Sorry, he's
Blasphemy.
Simples. Alex is married to the simples. I just think this is going to be a strong area of support potentially for gold, and there's still higher time frame liquidity. If we look at the 1 hour, it wicked down, took some liquidity, and went back up. There is liquidity to be taken below, but I'm just not sure. I'm not 100% convinced on gold shorts. That's all, and that is why, Maya. As for Aussie CADs, going.
Aussie card looks good. Fair play.
Aussie CADs, I took some profits and then I took a new position just there, aiming for the highs. In fact, probably aiming for higher.
That's really nice. Yeah, straight up to the 200 EMA.
Let's see, on the 4 hour. Yeah, on the 4 hour, it'd be nice up here.
Yep. How's the challenge going, Griff?
I've actually not taken any trades since my last ones.
Your
Bloody
patience, man. Honestly,
No, I could never ever be a swing trader. It sounds super stressful.
I'm hurting for you. I'm actually feeling the frustration for you, and I'm not even you. That's how.
Yeah. It is a bit annoying, you know. I know that sometimes there are entire months where I won't have a trade, but like I've just started this series, and month 2 I've got nothing to talk about, so I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do.
That's also good content though, because it'll be like,
No
hi
commit.
guys. So the challenge, I've got nothing to talk about, but the fact that I've waited and I haven't taken a trade, because that is what good traders do.
Yeah, I've
can
stayed
see that.
patient. Yeah, maybe I can try. I can figure something out. I'll figure something out. But yeah, I've been thinking, should I be? Because at the moment, obviously, I'm in a little bit of drawdown, and I've been thinking about whether or not I should be supplementing these quiet periods with an alternative entry. Because obviously, I'm waiting for a trending entry model, and all of my entries are pretty much trending entry models. So I'm thinking, do I put more of an emphasis on more of a range-bound entry? Do I kind of find something like that? And I guess the issue is, like, yes, I'll get more trading opportunities when it's quiet, but it could also contribute to the overall drawdown, which I'm in at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I was looking back at my charts, and it's been from like August where it's been really slow. And it's really interesting to see because my equity curve is just flat or just like slowly decreasing. There's just nothing going on. But like when I overlay my liquidity sweep entry, it literally fills in the gap like there was never any quiet period at all. So I think I do need to start thinking about that a little bit more.
I feel as though that Griff is prime for to be convinced of the merits of the 60-second charts. I really feel as if this could be something that Alex and I could do, is to convince
Way.
Griff of the dark side.
We would not. I would not want to do that to you.
Yeah, would you be the good guys or the bad guys if you did that?
It's like opening Pandora's box, because it's some of the trades you can get are absolutely fantastic, but you got to know that your win rate. Don't know what your win rate's right now, but if it's high, it's definitely going to decrease to something around about 40%, which is not bad if you got a 1 to 2.
No, that's pretty good. My win rate is already about 40%, to be honest.
You can rack it up with a 1 to 2 and a 40% win rate. Like you can make a good lot of money. The only thing is that you could be in rangy markets like this. You can get stuck. Like I'm trading my P&L right now. I'm not really. It's not my account's not getting bigger at the moment.
No.
Today.
Well, it's interesting, this kind of quieter period, because this morning I was thinking about it a little bit more. I was thinking, evaluating whether I needed to change something, because it's just been so slow for so many months now. Obviously I know that I don't need to change anything, but to kind of I needed something to kind of remind me that I'm doing okay. Everything I'm working on is fine, and I'm doing the right thing. So I was looking at a few track records of traders that I know have trend following systems, and really interestingly, exactly the same timing as me, their equity curves, which have been amazing for like the last 5 years, just turned flat like towards the second half of last year, which is really interesting.
We said this the other day. It was like, it's a day trader's kind of game right now, just because I do feel like if you're trying to swing trades and these like news is coming out, or the sentiment is changing so fast, and because of that as well, I think it can knock a lot of people out of good trades. I don't know if you're feeling that, but let's have a look. What's Hamid say? DAX 40 on 15-minute. Don't see it, mate. Well, I do see it, but I don't think I would want to buy it.
A little bit too impulsive. I think it's going to come down, take these lows potentially. Just left a lot of these kind of bounces. It's not, it's kind of bouncing rather than kind of nice straight moves. So I don't really like the look of it. Hang on. The level that hasn't been taken yet.
USD is starting to pick up a little bit of momentum.
Dixie. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a massive flag pattern, isn't it? On the 15 minutes, just coiling up.
Coiling up's good.
No, look at that.
Yeah, coiling up's good. Coiling up means that something's going to happen soon.
Question is what?
Something's going to happen soon. The question is, what?
Looking at it.
So, Griff, what do you say about this then? Because Lawrence has kind of got a point. There's been such big moves in the market. Swing traders should be fine. That's what they want. You're muted, mate.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. There have been some big moves, but I feel like it's been quite volatile. There hasn't been any safe opportunities. Although, I could take a trade here and there. I feel like the probability of it playing out is quite low for me at the moment. So I'm being super conservative and I'm staying out of the market just because it could easily go either way. It's so volatile and choppy and impulsive. Like you say, there's big moves. But I just don't feel like there's any safe trades for me right now.
That's fair enough.
I know what you mean.
what would you guys say is your number one pair that you're looking at right now? What's the one that you're watching the most?
To be honest,
Anything that moves.
anything that is showing relatively good movement. Obviously, you've got pound CHF that looks really good, especially on a higher time frame, maybe on a 1 hour. But it's quite choppy when you go down onto the lower time frames. But I do think that's going to push up.
For me, the last week, I've just been watching AU because it's just been forming this really big ascending channel. So I've just been waiting for that to reverse, because if that sets up, that'll be super high probability for me. Reversals on AU are creme de la creme.
Let's have a look at AU. Might put AU up. I haven't had a look at that.
AU's my top pair, but yeah, it's just trending up like this. It's not really showing a lot of strength in the breaks. It's breaking and retracing. So for me, I'm hoping for a reversal at some point this week.
And that would be on the 1 hour. You'd look for a break of structure on the 1 hour, and then just
yes, so exactly where that lower blue line is there. Actually, that's exactly where my low is. These are basically the highs and lows I have set. I wouldn't be looking for a reversal right here, so a break of that low. But if we break the high and then it brings up that blue line a little bit, and then a reversal is much more likely to happen. So yeah, I'm just basically looking for a big black candle, in this case down. That's what I'm waiting on.
Yeah, I can see that.
Does look
it's great zooming out. I've not zoomed out that far. I can see that there's that other significant level off to the left.
USD CHF.
Do you know I got some beautiful trades on USD CHF last week, selling this area here. Got some lovely trades on that. We didn't really do much the last few days, but the weekly still hasn't. I mean, it just feels very, very weak. But we're talking about levels that we haven't seen since 2015. So we're coming down to new 10-year levels, 10-year lows, which, when you think about it, is just insane. You know. Right.
You keep talking, and then suddenly you get this thing in your throat randomly. Hello. Need a bit of water, mate. You've been talking too much. You've been working hard on these streams.
Oh no. Oh, yeah.
Getting a dry throat.
Just chatting to you all day. But yeah, USD CHF. I don't know. It's got to find some support at some point, but I just don't see. I don't see any strength in the middle.
Are we trading anything?
I am selling the NAS.
Waiting. You're selling the NAS?
Yes.
Where did that come from? We have not talked about the NAS all day. Where have you got that from?
He's trading in the background.
Based on the 15-minute. So we've got nice multiple closures, bearish engulfing to the downside. We've got nice cluster liquidity down below. Yeah, so I'm selling the NAS. I'll probably be proven wrong, but why not?
That's interesting. For me, this looks like a flag formation. I would bet that I could imagine it breaking that blue line, that high, and then going towards the area you described. I could imagine that happening with my strategy. Obviously, anything could happen.
The only reason I'm selling at the moment is because of this reaction here on the 1 hour. Not the only reason, but one of the reasons. Yeah, this engulfing to the downside, wicked up, create an inside bar, taking it down, and now selling down further. So that's kind of the main reason for it, is to see us come down and retest these areas.
So Hamid actually sees the reasons why.
You.
Hamid sees.
Hamid and I.
No.
No.
It's in there, mate.
Hamid has been studying me for the last few weeks and is now in synchrony with my madness. So Hamid can see the madness. I'm pretty sure Hamid now has the 11-minute and the 7-minute on his charts as well.
That looks cool. I'm excited to see how that plays out. It looks pretty good to me. I get why you took it as well.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that on the 11-hour, we've basically got liquidity on either side. So we are very much in a consolidation area on multiple time frames. So that's not so good for us. But as a short-term sell-off, before we open up the New York session, I think it could be a possibility. See, look, there he goes. He does. He has the 11-minute and the 7-minute. I'm telling you, this is a mini revolution in trading coming on. All the algorithms are going to be Alexander telling you, all of the time frames, all of the algos are going to switch to the 11 and the 7-minute soon, because they're just so powerful. And then my strategy will no longer work. But
we need a name for you. We need ICT and all of that. We need a special one for.
It's Mental Mike. That's what it is.
No, we need like minute mental Mike. I don't know, something minute mental. No, we need something that it sounds good.
Minute Mental Mike just sounds like Minute.
Yeah, that's it. Minute. Candy secure.
Got the candy. Nice.
Exactly. I like to use tools that no one else uses. Exactly.
Yeah. Pound Swissy doing what Pound Swissy is doing, and it's just going up. Shame I have been taken out of the trade.
Multiple time frame MTM. There you go. Mike Minute.
Mike Minute. Multiple time frame Mike.
Mike Minute.
You know what, Mike? I reckon you could do a bit more refining on the 7-minute. Maybe you can bring it down to 6 minute 40 seconds or something. I reckon you can shave off a few seconds there, make the time frame even more refined.
Look at this on the 7-minute, right? We've created these lows here, nothing really convincing. We've got this engulfing to the downside. We've already tested it here. I'm confident. Well, I'm not confident. I believe that it will go down. Triple M. I like that.
I actually like Triple M. You know,
M.
Because isn't there what's the Rock, not the Rock, the WWE
Triple H.
Triple H.
Everyone's gonna ask what the 3Ms represent.
Exactly.
What's Triple H is? What does that represent?
I have no idea.
Yeah. You know, God, good old days. I used to get those action figures. I used to do everything with them. I throw them off the. What's that? Rey Mysterio. You know, he had the Rey Mysterio had like these. Used to grab the ropes and come wrap round and kick him in the head. Anyway, I'm rambling just because.
Just because you're bored.
Yeah, yeah. Trying to find something to entertain myself.
Bitcoin, as requested by Abdullah, Bitcoin still to me looks bearish. Sorry. We've got this bearish candle that we haven't broken the high of. So until we're able to break that high, I don't see how the bias can change. At the moment, it's unable to break that high.
Wow. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, but I was expecting LJ to answer. I feel as though LJ is our new oracle. That we just need to just go to him and just say, LJ, what's the answer?
Ask LJ.
Ask LJ.
Ask LJ. 100%.
Ask
Do you
LJ.
guys hold any crypto or trade crypto at all? I guess you just invest in it long term, right? Like that's what I do.
Stupidly.
Yeah, I've had a hard time trading crypto futures. So just buying and holding for long term.
Yeah.
Solana, I had I've got a really good average price on Sol. My ETH position, I got a bit late into ETH, but my Sol is keeping up my bag at the moment, keeping me profitable. What do you look in? What's your poison for crypto?
For me, I've had ETH since I had some in 2018, but I sold it, so I had to, and then I bought it back. So that was a life lesson. So my average buy price is a lot higher now because I've just dollar cost averaged since like 2021. I bought some more recently because I really liked. It started making like a reversal kind of formation at around 1500. Looking at ETH Bitcoin though, I feel like it could probably drop a bit lower based on that. The price of Ethereum could drop based on that pair. So I wouldn't be surprised if ETH goes to like 1200 or 1000. And if it does that, I'm going to buy so much. I'm going to have to sell. I'm going to have to sell a few things so that I can buy more.
What exactly you plan to sell, Griff?
I'll have to figure that out when the time comes. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it just goes up from here, right?
There we go. Nas is breaking down.
Nice.
Still isn't. Yeah, that's not what we were looking for it to do. Correct.
That is
It is what Mike
Oh,
wanted.
that is what we were looking for it to do.
That's what I wanted to do. If you don't want me to make profit, then that's fine.
No,
I was supporting you.
I do not trade. I do not trade NAS. I don't know, but I was thinking that it was actually going to go up. To be honest, what is that? Where is that when you pull the fibs on? Where's it coming into?
On what move? Because it's basically just consolidating.
The low to the high of that leg. That's just that impulsive leg.
This one.
Yeah, just on the low of that though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming to your prime area and reacting from it.
Okay, USD CHF looks
and closed for $100 profit.
Very nice.
Good job.
Okay.
I was looking at AJ a couple hours ago because it just broke this, I'd say a pretty significant level. You guys might be interested in that. I don't know.
What is
4 hour? It's broken like this double top and it's retraced,
AJ?
so maybe it'll go down. Yeah, AUD JPY.
Oh, AUD. Sorry, I heard EU.
Sorry, AJ. Yeah.
You've been. It's like my girlfriend talks to me. I'm like, oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about gold.
And she's like, I was a necklace.
Oh yeah, she does. She keeps doing this to me all the time. I'm like, what are you doing with your fingers? Yeah, fair enough.
It doesn't look so good now you've zoomed out so much. It looks like it's retracing up quite aggressively.
Yeah, I don't see much there on the lower time frame. That looks really, really interesting. That would have come. Look at that, coming straight into that 50 area, that 618 area.
What about on the 4 hour, Alex?
Well, just what was it? AUD, DGPY. I'd look for it to come to that 92 level.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, it's broken this high, and when you break a high like this, it's either going to reverse or continue normally.
Yeah.
It's just based on the reaction in that area. It rejected, I'd say, pretty nicely. But yeah, I guess it hasn't really followed through, so it could definitely carry on going up. I wouldn't be. I can see what you're thinking.
Yeah, like so you've got that area of quite nice supply, to be fair. Then if we do something like that, then you've got, yeah, I think it actually looks nice. But that's a 4 hour. I couldn't do it. No way. This though, I am in this specific trade at the moment. So on this 4 hour, obviously we're just ranging right now. We've got that high to the low, taking out these highs. So on the 5 minute is where I've just got in at, looking for it just to come out and take out these highs. USD is quite weak at the moment, so the morning it's been weak, so I'm just looking for maybe a little bit of a retracement on the USD.
It is
Let's
picking up
see.
a bit of strength.
And look, if I lose this one, guys, I'm calling it a day, because it's just not my day.
Alex, look at
I asked you how the Swiss is like, what the Swiss is like, and you said I have no idea. But here you are trading the Swiss currency.
I have no idea. I have no idea. But USD looks like it wants to push up.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You see,
yeah.
When I'm trading, I've like back tested that pair like super thoroughly, and I've got so few pairs. So I've always wondered, like, when you have loads and loads of pairs like this, I guess you can't back test every single one, right? How do you approach trading lots of pairs?
To be honest, and that's actually a super good question, because when it comes to yen pairs, the way that I trade, I'm less profitable because they like to come down and wick quite a lot, and I like to have tight stops, especially like, let's say, under like lows like this. In this particular pair, I feel like, I don't really trade it too much, but it seems like it's got a little bit of momentum. I normally stay on GU EU, but at the moment there's nothing for me to trade GU EU at the moment. Like, I don't really want to be trading them.
In fairness, USD JPY does look, I mean, if you look at it on the on the 11 hour, that looks incredibly bullish.
What are the stats that you've got on USD Swissy? Have you got any kind of focused? Because I know you last time we spoke, you say you have these kind of like focused back testing, where you find different types of stats or things that. What are your focused back tests or your stats on USD Swiss?
I've never looked at the Swiss pairs. That's why I was asking. I was interested.
Oh, fair enough. Well, you're speaking to the wrong guy as well.
Yeah, would neither of us know.
Yeah, no, at least there's one person that if he doesn't know something, he prefers to stay out.
Yeah. I think my thing with trade frequency, I think it might not be a matter of increasing the number of trades or increasing the number of entries. I think I might just need to add a couple more currency pairs. Because sometimes AU will be really close to having a setup. In that case, I should just take a look at NU, I reckon I just need to introduce a couple more pairs, because I only trade 6.
How many pairs have you got?
Yeah, 6. AJ, AU, EU, EJ, GU, and NJ.
Fair enough. I think that's quite a few already. Wow, you haven't been able to find. You haven't been given a signal for a trade on any of those pairs.
Not recently, not with my trade plan. I mean, I was looking at my backtesting. I said it already, I think. Yeah, I was looking at my EU backtesting. And for 2024, there was only like 4 trades that fit my plan on the hourly time frame for that currency pair. So maybe I just need to add more pairs, That could help.
Guess.
It just takes so much time.
It would be very
investigate them.
Unless you're swinging like a big account, it must be quite difficult though to you wouldn't really rely on your trading ever. I think we've talked about this so much, so I'm not going to whip a dead horse. But you wouldn't. It would be quite difficult to kind of rely on your trading for an income when you don't know.
Yeah.
Like I know, I can find at least one or two setups, at least one setup a day if I really was unlucky. But it seems like you can go a long time without finding a setup. It must be quite difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of variance, I guess is the word, because I have so few trades, I'm not gonna have that really smooth equity curve. Because of those 4 EU trades that I trade, that that I would have had in 2024, that's like 10-12% profit. So still about 1% per month if you average it out. But obviously they don't come exactly every month. I'll have like all of them at the very end of the year, or I'll have 3 losses and a 12% winner like in the middle of the summer. So although the average is 1% a month based on that, yearly results don't they don't all come at once.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter when you actually like look out as a macro of how your trading's doing. I think it really just averages out. I think if you look at us as well, the amount of trades that we take, eventually it probably averages out to roughly the same at the end of the year.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah,
we'll have to see. I think the start of this year has been very, very strong. I hope to keep that throughout the rest of the year, and hopefully at the end of the year I'll be able to look back on some really good setups.
Yeah, I guess it's just tricky for me because in backtesting it's easy. I can backtest like a month every, or like I can probably do like 2 or 3 months within 30 minutes, of backtesting. But like 2 or 3 months in real life is very, very slow. So like, going through backtesting, I'm like, I didn't have any winning trades for like the first quarter of like 2015 or 2018, but then the rest of the year was amazing. You know what I mean? And in real life, that's a bit harder, I guess, not having your results as spread out as evenly, because I just have to depend on my yearly average. I can't look at the monthly return. Sometimes I can't even really look at the quarterly return too much. I just have to completely focus on yearly results, which I guess is the right approach.
Yeah, I've never been able to. I've backtested a very small amount in my life, to be honest. I've mostly done forward testing, just because on lower time frames you can forward test. You can take a small account, or you can take a prop firm account, something like the The5ers bootcamp, and you can just trade that. And in a month, you have a good idea if what you've got is actually any good or if it's just absolutely crap. And then it's all about just obviously winding in some of the small mistakes that we all do. But I guess there's no other way. If you're a swing trader, there's no other way to get that data other than backtesting. When you're
I've never thought of that with forward testing. I guess spending 30 minutes backtesting, you probably get the same amount of data spending 30 minutes forward testing, because you're on such a low time frame. I've never thought of that before.
I don't know. I don't know how that would. It depends. Obviously, if you're on the lower time frame, you still got to wait. It could take a month before you even have any kind of data, or 2 months. But I mean, it's like at least then you also have the feel for the market, and you can see backtesting. I really don't feel like you're connected the overall feeling of what's going on around you. Like at the moment, we feel that there is a lack of momentum in the overall markets right now. Like we feel it. Whereas in backtesting, you don't really feel those things. And I think those are important parts of trading as well. But
it's like a double-edged sword, isn't it? If you can become negligent quite easily if you rely on it too much. It's great for that gathering data, but you have to make sure that you're forward testing and live trading as well, because otherwise you're just not going to have like an authentic experience.
100%.
Those of you who took the short on gold, looks like it came off nicely for you.
those of you that are following me, I told you I'm right 40% of the time. Right?
In other words, mistake.
In other words, that looks not very good at the moment.
Do you ever close trades early, like before they hit TP or stop loss?
I'm not supposed to.
No, well, don't.
Yeah.
This could make
I'm
a
not
huge
supposed
break.
to, but you know, I have a tendency to play around with positions that I'm not supposed to.
I remember when we were, it might have been last week, we were talking about the GA trade, and you mentioned how you'd like closed early to re-enter later.
Yeah. Last week wasn't
I'm
my
not
best
calling you
week.
out, by the way. I'm
No,
just...
last week wasn't my best of week. It was funny because I was just coming off like a 3 month kind of like winning streak of just non-stop, just smashing it. And I got a little bit tunnel visioned last week on pound of anything. So I got my ass kicked last week.
I've just realized, is LJ's profile picture of you?
Yes. That was
I didn't realize
my account last week. The picture of LJ is my account last week. The trouble with backtesting, your real-time emotions and the current market sentiment environment aren't in consideration. Great if you're running. Yeah, exactly. I agree with everything. Just 100%.
Yeah. And that's just like me. I'm a purely robo mechanical. I'm running a robo strategy. The way that I approach my trading, you know.
It's always interesting how the other side live. You know, it's like
On the other side live.
those swing traders. You know, relaxed, taking trades when they only see, you know, everything in line perfectly.
These are the guys that won't die early of like heart disease or something because they've got too high level cortisol levels in their bloodstream.
Yeah, I had my Whoop on, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and I checked in. It was up like 70. Like you've got a stress score, and it was up like 70. And I was speaking to this. I'm trying to get a new coach for the gym and stuff, and he was like, "Why are you so stressed?" I was like, "Oh, don't
No
know.
idea.
No idea.
Couldn't tell you why.
Couldn't tell you why."
Yeah, you won't catch a swing trader riding a motorcycle, I guess, Alex.
Oh mate, there's been times where I've got into a trade pre-open and I was like, "Oh, I've got to go to work now, so I've got to get on my motorbike." You've never seen somebody go so fast on a motorbike. And it's funny because I do set and forget. So it's like, what have I got to be in front of it? Why have I got to watch it? You know?
Yeah, that's funny.
I don't have to watch it. I could just leave it. But
It's I found that's a good topic actually, because I remember with the 1 hour I would just sit and watch the trades, and maybe I'd even go down to the lower time frames and watch it. Like, I'm not supposed to do that, and so I'd find it would be like a good psychological like a mental training to try and avoid checking the charts or checking the P&L in my MetaTrader, because obviously I've got nothing to do for like 55 minutes of every hour. So if I'm in a trade, I notice when I get the urge to check, and I think about why I got the urge to check. And obviously I'm not perfect. Sometimes I'll check the charts during the hour, or check my P&L. But yeah, generally it's because of FOMO, or because I want to get a good feeling seeing the trade in profit. So yeah, I've gotten a really good routine. There's a fine line between like negligence and like being mentally strong. I feel like I'm pretty good at consciously not checking the charts and trusting the trade is working out, and I don't need to worry about it. So yeah, that's
yeah, I think it's difficult as well, because our job, especially when it comes to live stream, we're in front of it all the time.
Yeah,
it's like, let's say you're on a diet, you're trying to stop eating sweets, but you're sitting in a candy shop. it's,
Yeah.
it's even harder because the market is like always advertising, like it's always giving signals, it's always trying to induce somebody to come in. And if you are a trader that is easily induced, you know, it can be quite I play around. I'm a lot more disciplined than everybody than I let on, to be fair.
Yeah,
but,
no.
We like to have a bit of a joke here, but it is difficult, especially when you're doing live streams and stuff like that. Try trading in a house filled with candy. Yeah.
Let me just answer Sly's question. Sly, yes, you have got news in just over half an hour on the CAD, which can move gold, but I don't think it will. If you're asking with regards to the rules on a high stakes account, then it won't be valid because it's not gold is USD and it's not against the CAD, so you should be fine from that perspective. But that doesn't mean that you won't get touched or impacted, because the CAD news can still obviously impact gold price. So just be wary of that. Euro USD has stalled, or it did stall. It took this level here, and it's kind of gotten stuck. It does feel like it probably wants to go down for more. When we look at it on the 1 hour, though, that 1 hour candle opened without a wick. So I'm not sure how long term any move down is going to be. But there is certainly liquidity down in this area for it to try and target first before any moves further up. Jonatan, you make it sound as if you're dealing in something with your candy.
Are those forex traders think that they can actually make money when really the only place to make money is in the stock market? Yeah. Or you go, like, the stock market is probably one of the only places where there's inefficiencies that actually can make you money. I don't know, something fucking stock market, you know, something snobby that a stock market person says.
Alex, you know you're not muted.
You're not muted.
Just as of like 30 seconds ago.
I'm so glad I wasn't saying anything that I shouldn't be saying.
You were muted for most of it, don't worry.
God, Michael guy, honestly, can't stand it.
He only tells me when I'm not muted. Oh dear. There we go. Pound CHF starting to go up. Let's have a look. Is pound CHF about?
I think I'll have to introduce the CHF pair. Well, that's all you guys have been talking about this hour I've been on.
Do you know why? It's because it's just showing a lot of weakness right now on the daily. So it's really, I mean, obviously because of the way things are swinging at the moment, people are going to risk off assets. Then they're deciding, well, actually, let me go risk on, and they can't seem to decide which way they want to go. So much like gold, CHF pairs at the moment seem like a good opportunity for some divergence. So yeah. But pound CHF, not so sure, if I'm honest. I don't know who was suggesting that. Not
Sorry about that, guys. Trade secrets right there. Wow. So I look back, USD CHF pushes up and then just instantly starts pushing back down.
Alex, why is your volume so loud?
Oh, is it really?
He suddenly came back very loud, as if you'd been eating all this candy.
Raring to go.
There you go. What is this price action? Like, dude, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Recovered a little bit.
Oh, nice. It came, took out the highs, and then it's going lower. Great. Oh, that's a lovely price action, that one.
Oh, do you know what? I was looking at this on the USD JPY, and I thought to myself, it hasn't quite come close enough. Where is it? Look at that.
You were looking for that for a short, Michael.
Yeah.
You're getting some really nice biases over the last couple of days. In all fairness, mate, gotta say, gotta give credit where credit is due.
My brain is starting to kick in, and I'm actually starting to make sensible assessments. Still making stupid decisions, but assessments are getting better. But yeah, I'm also looking at Aussie CHF as well.
Wow, how many pairs? Do you know we went from only looking at GU EU to looking at every single currency, the Mexican pesos. you know,
The buying opportunity over here,
the
boys.
Egyptian
See this
lira
on the 7-second time frame?
Yeah, we're really exotic. We're going out.
The fib settings are these ones here. There you go.
Right, boys, I got to shoot off.
See you later.
If I get a trade in the next week, I'll come and let you know. I'll join the chat and I'll scream it from the roof.
I want to know. Send me a message on Twitter and send me Alex. I've actually found a trade.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know.
And then tell me which trade it is, and then I can see if I'm getting onto it as well.
We also then want you to hold the trade until you join the stream, and then we can close it with you together.
Exactly. We want to see this live trade.
Yeah, that'll be an exciting time. One day there'll be I'll be in a trade while on stream. That'll be fun.
Exactly.
Cool. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty.
Have a great rest of your day.
See you later.
You too, mate. Take care.
Cheers, guys. Bye bye.
Victor is back.
The three of us. I missed Griff by just a hair.
By seconds.
Yeah, I bet
We're
it's
absolute. Griff must think we're absolute degenerates. The amount we trade in front of him.
I'm pretty sure he does.
I'm
I
pretty
would,
sure.
if I was Griff, I would.
Those 5ers
I'm not-
guys, God, they trade so much.
It's actually not the 5ers guy. That's the ABL guys.
That's true. Okay, the USD CHF is just not. It's not doing anything. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to do a nice push up, but it's still in a range. Still in the range.
We may now get the push up on Aussie CHF.
Can we please have a look at? Isn't that the Zimbabwe? What is that? The ZAR?
No, that's the
South African
rand.
Yeah, South African rand.
We certainly can. It's not one that we trade here on the 5ers, but
We don't actually. Spread on that would be quite a lot if we were to do it. That's quite an interesting.
Let's reach this support area here, reacting off it. Generally looks
Back in a minute.
generally looks rather bullish for now, but I'm not sure for how long with the EMAs crossing over here. But it has bounced off the 200, so you might get some bullish momentum on it for the time being, at least. So yeah, if that's what you're looking at. Mikey is in NAS shorts. Don't tell me that, Mikey. I was in NAS shorts. And then I closed it. Should I have stayed in it? Should have stayed in it. I was convinced by Alex to get out because of his break and retest idea, and it kept going.
I thought you were.
Foolish.
You said you were gonna go short.
I did, and then Alex told me to put a break it. Alex told me to put a fib on it, and I did, and the fib scared me. I got scared by the Fibonacci.
Is the fib part of your trade plan?
It's a confluence that I use. I have a multitude of different confluences that I just look around and see. I'm going more for the feeling of what I like, and what I don't like. So, Mike, is the current strategy that you are using the one that helped you pass your challenges? Sure. Yeah. Let's say that it is. Let's say that it is, Raphael.
I'm gonna go with a yes.
Yes, let's just say that I am. Yeah, let's just say that it is. But my strategy is it's a bit like Rich in a way. Like it's been kind of amalgamated over different versions of different things that I've seen. You
mean Rich has been amalgamated into different things?
Rich's strategy is based on
his strategy. Oh, I see.
Yeah. So Rich's strategy is just based on his sense of the market, right? He just doesn't do it with indicators or anything. He just looks at a naked chart and just trades, which is, for me, is just insane how he managed to do it. Whereas mine, I look at the liquidity levels, I look at the engulfing candles and the setups around those, but then I also look for things like the fib levels, the EMAs or the SMAs. Just I look at all of these different factors. If I'm not sure on something, I add that as an extra layer, and it tends to work quite well.
So do you have like a scoring system? Like it has to have at least this one and something else as confluence, or only this confluence, or
you know me by now. I don't have something as structured as that. I probably should, and it'd probably help me a lot if I did. But no, I mean, yesterday I just had a sense of what gold was doing, and I was just getting beautiful trades on gold. Somehow it depends on what I'm seeing, you know. Yesterday I was literally just trading the 1 minute and was catching some incredible trades. So right now it looks like it's going long, probably up to the 200 right now. So you could catch a really quick scalp from there to there, with your stops below it. That's just how I'm looking at it at the moment. Raphael's all over the place.
What you can do in the what you said about the your confluences, what you can do, or anyone who uses like a list of possible confluences that they look at, what you can do is you take, I know it's a little bit of work, but that's how trading is. You take a good number of trades of each, using each confluence, maybe like 50 trades with one each, but let's say you have 5 different confluences that you mix up, having, you know, if you have one of those, you trade, it's a yes, right? So you take, let's say it's from 1 to 5, so you measure 50 trades with only the one is present, not the other ones, and so you go on up to 5, and that gives you a feeling what the predictive value is. In other words, what's the edge in adding that confluence in comparison to the other ones, because by not having a scoring system, which is fair because it's complicated and it's, you know, simple is a lot of times better, but by not having a scoring system, basically we assume that they are roughly equal, and probably they are, but maybe they're not. Maybe one is more important than another, and it should be given more weight. So that's something but it's more work, of course, and time is something we don't typically have in abundance.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the way I look at it is I know what works well. So what I do is I tend to look at, for example, if I'm looking at gold right now, what I'll do is I would go through from the higher time frame, and I'd mark out all of these different levels. I'd actually mark out the time frames that they're sitting on, etc., etc. That then gives me a view as to where is price likely to start hunting those levels. I then start to look for the structure. So I start looking for the engulfing candles, I start looking for the inside bars, etc., etc. That then helps me to get a bias. USD JPY.
Yeah, it's a decent. I think it's a decent long. I think USD is going to start pushing up a little bit. Like USD CAD has already started pushing up. USD CHF, well, I'm in a slight bit of drawdown, to be honest, but I still think it's going to hasn't taken me out just yet, so maybe we're still in. I do think there's a little bit of momentum going to be coming into them. I don't know.
But look at
JPY is a little bit.
Look at UJ.
UJ. JPY is, well, we're stuck in a range, man.
The problem is that the dollar and the US dollar, the dollar and the yen are just basically cancelling each other out on the strength scores, and that's ultimately the issue. So if you want something that's going to move potentially, you probably want to consider these guys, but bearing in mind that Asia session is now closed, you might not get as much movement on them. You may get them, for example, with the euro, so the euro Aussie, sorry, excuse me, or the euro New Zealand. You might get some returns to the mean, potentially with the CHF. We've been looking at the CHF all day because the CHF has also had this divergence as well.
And
it still, that's the thing on the higher time frames. This was really, really, really nice. Just the fact that he did, came down into that 50, came up. If you just kept that higher time frame bias with higher time frame stops, I would probably be quite, in this position and still happy to keep it. But because I've been on the lower time frames, this is on a 15-minute, looks quite clean, but on the rest of it, it's very, very, very choppy if you go on to 1 minutes and things like that. So I think CHF is still quite weak, definitely. And we're still in this, but even that's quite a nasty rejection, to be honest, off the 200 EMA.
And gold is still looking for that continuation as a short, although it is getting close to, well, not getting close, but it is halfway through from one level to the other one. So now it's not the time to go short anymore. The time was when we talked about it while it was in that entry or that area. Maybe I should put my screen on. Let's see.
Yeah.
Whose is John? It's yours, right? Yes. All right. So let me put mine. So we it looks on the see that H4 order block that we talked about. Actually, this is the main reason why it makes sense to short, to be in a short, since we do have a break of structure on the H1. We had price interact with the H1 order block, and it is an H1 quasi, but it reacts favorably, confirming on the H4 that it's a short by having that order block being created and then retesting it again, right? And we had this structure or this area within the H4. We did talk about this area, and where price after it created comes back and then moves in that direction. It still hasn't switched over yet, but I don't see much for price to change direction until much lower. So that's why I have the target a little bit lower. We'll have to see. Maybe it does change before. Look at that 1 hourly with no body. So that's interesting to see. Meaning a lot of indecision, net indecision at the end of that candle. There's also something else I wanted to show you guys, which is the we have the let's see, we are in EU. On the daily, we don't have any structure of relevance. We reached the target based on the quasi, very confidently closed above it, reached that target, even reached a weekly target we set in based on the volatility on the range we talked about. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it was this one. Let me see if it was that one on the daily. Well, it doesn't really matter, but we had the target, we had a target above here, which was at around 1333, got hit. So to me, on the higher time frames, it did its job. It reached up the objective. Now we'll have to wait to let market tell us what it wants to do. Does it want to continue? If it wants to, then it automatically is going to start building new structures again for us to trade from. But that's not happening, at least not yet. So that's on the daily. There's really isn't that much. And since we had this very nice push, we talked about this yesterday on EU. It's only natural for it to have some kind of a retrace, a consolidation before it decides what to do. Even if it's going to continue to go higher, a little retrace makes a lot of sense from here. But it's holding up rather powerful, I would say. And of course, it's also waiting for Thursday interest rate decision coming up. So that's interesting to see. In cases like these, the only thing I want to do is trade the range, right? So I'm not going to take a shot at which side it's going to break. I'm just going to take from one side of the range to the other one, from the bottom to the upper part, and back and forth, because the market typically before the news, we have seen that so many times, it contracts, it forms that kind of a triangle on both sides, and faking breaking out all the time. So the best thing is to just trade the range, but not aim anything outside of it. So just aim have your targets within the range. And what do we see? We have this order block here on the H4. Let me indicate that. Let me open this up a little bit more. On the H4, Victor, we do have this.
Victor, sorry, just before you go deeper into your analysis, I'm going to shoot off, so I will leave you guys to it, but I will see you again tomorrow. Don't forget to join me on ABL with Alex and LJ tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. GMT. Look forward to seeing you then.
I forgot we actually have an intro. All right, so it's thank you, Mike, for giving me the chance to play that. Let me adjust this a little bit more so it doesn't look out of ratio, out of size. Let's see. All right, so this is I was talking about the EU. Someone asked in the chat, what is a quasi? Actually, this is a recurrent, and it is because, of course, quasi and even trading and technical analysis has a lot of, new things for people coming in. I don't say that you're new to trading, Yasir, but in any case, doesn't matter. The quasi is the short of the head and shoulder. This is the head and shoulder, which is is taught as a symmetrical reversal pattern, where you have a head and two shoulders, which are roughly symmetrical in their tops as well as in the bases, right? And once it's the textbook theory behind this, once this pattern closes or is near that bottom, what you do is you go short, and you target something below, typically the distance from the top to the bottom. We have Deanna in the background. Let me know, Deanna, whenever you're ready. No rush. Whenever you're ready to join. Oh, you are. Nice. All right. I'm gonna add you, and let's see how that goes. There you go. We have a you, but I think something has happened to the to your connection, or is it mine?
I'm not sure. Is it looking blurry or?
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna wait for Oh, there you are. You're back. Here you are.
Is that better?
How are you doing, Deanna? It is
I'm doing
better.
well.
We had a little
Okay, good.
perfect. We have a
raise
little
myself
delay, a little lag in the connection. We let it to optimize itself. But tell us how you've been, Deanna, today.
I'm doing great. Hi, Louis. It's my 12-year-old's birthday today, so been busy celebrating his birthday and getting everybody out the door. That's it. We're just enjoying the day. Hello, Vinicius. Good to see you back.
Oh,
How are you,
okay.
Victor? I didn't get a check-in with you yesterday.
That's fine, no problem. Did you just say you were celebrating a birthday and you were just escorting people outside?
Trying to get everybody out the door for school.
Oh, I see. But that's the thing, because it's in the morning. It's a morning party.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I see.
Good morning,
Cool.
Marina and William. Good to see everybody here.
Well, congratulations on your kid.
Thank you.
All right. So, as I was explaining about quasi, this is the reversal pattern. It is a reversal pattern, very popular, very effective, I think, for traders to use. And the quasi is a variant of that. It isn't as symmetrical as the head and shoulder. The heads, the tops of the shoulders are nowhere near the same, and especially the bases are not either. And it can look even much worse than that. Worse is a relative word, but it can look much different. And that's the quasi. It's short for Quasimodo. So basically, just a chart pattern. Very to me, it's my bread and butter. That's how I interpret what a market wants to do. And actually, I find it. Of course, it's not completely true. It's not an absolute thing, but I find that with a quasi, you kind of have a sneak preview of what the market is going to do. It's not completely true, because not all quasis will work. But when you add on all the confluences and all the structures and all the time frames and everything, and it confirms, it almost is like you saw something happening before it did. So it's a great pattern, and that's what I trade. That's the quasi. Someone asked about that. Someone said the quasi is also the king's crown. Oh, I never heard that before. Happy birthday! They're very happy for you celebrating your kids, your son. You said, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Super sweet. Thank you, Sharon. B family. Thank you so much, Boyd. He's gonna have a great day. Right. It's a fun day to be 12.
12. He's a little big guy.
Right. Exactly.
All right. So coming back, we were just diving into the EU analysis as we started. So the daily, as I said, doesn't give us any clue what the price wants to do. Does it want to retrace before continuing or not? Or what does it want to do? Nothing here saying anything. Of course, we have the supply area above, but right here we are outside. It looks strong because it just broken out. That dotted line is that's the previous low, the previous high being taken out, and it's not even needing that as support yet. So it looks it's standing tall, if you will, looking for showing signs of strengthness. But that's just first impression. Daily doesn't really say us anything. The H4, however, is telling us a different story. Right? It is creating bearish structure which it is reacting from. Look at those wicks after it creates that order block. Right, we're not looking at that top because it didn't leave any structures up there, at least on the H4. And what does it do? It comes back to these structures, the order block that it created earlier, it tapped it and moved out. I'm already not interested in that order block because it's no longer fresh, as you can understand. But it does create another one, which is this one, right? This little, a little bit higher. That makes it a little bit more interesting because it is on top. This order block is on top of the other one. The fact that I'm not extending it to the right doesn't mean it's not there, just it's not as relevant anymore. So, but it is the following, the second order block is on top of the first one, meaning it's building on its shoulder. And what it does is we are still in the what I call the immediate retest, right? Right after it creates that order block, it goes back into it, and it hasn't left it for a complete candle for the whole range of the candle yet. So it's still, I think, to me, it is at play and trying to push price higher, right? And also the other thing is the upper order is also not fresh anymore because it has already been retested successfly, right? But this candle is after the first retest, and it's already been used in a way. So that makes this order block a little bit weaker, meaning price can penetrate a little bit further and perhaps, who knows, even go through it. Looking at the powerful movement we've had before, that's not completely unheard of or unrealistic. So I'm looking at a structure, right? This order block on the H4, which is the basis of what price could do. If we go to the H2, what do we find? It's a little bit difficult because it's in a range and you get all these structures getting pushed into each other, but there's still something to be made of all this seemingly chaotic price action, or not chaotic, not very relevant price action. One is on the H2, there isn't really anything other than that H4 order block that was created after it retested here, and we had that rejection candle, meaning it makes sense based on this little candlestick combination that it goes a little bit deeper. However, if you look at the H1, you can see that the market is reacting very nicely to this order block, which is within that H4, which I think, in my opinion, it is still at work, trying to push price higher. Now, if we could use this order block as the area, and I had it before as the area of interest. However, look at this. You can, if you're looking for an H1 order block or quasi, you do have that little quasi that was created, breaking that neckline. And what do we see there? A little fella here who's not 12, but who is about, I don't know how old it is. But that area is very interesting. You would say it's not fresh, but it doesn't have to be fresh. It's part of a quasi. It has the right to be significant even without being fresh. So prices comes in, moves out, even though it has a nice wick. The second time, it's much more clear with that order block. And for the third time, look at that wick reacting, creating that order block. So that tells me, yes, this area, the more it gets to it, the weaker it gets, but it's holding its position, its posture. So I'm interested in seeing if the market is calling upon the buyers to come in at this area between these two yellow lines. And what do we see on the lower time frames? Look at this 15-minute market reaction. What is that? That's the buyers coming in, right? And if you go lower time frame, there isn't any quasis being created on the 5. There is on the 3-minute though, right? And that gives us a little possibility of a long from these levels, right? So we can retrace it. This is an actual setup that I'm looking at. So this is let's see, do we have anything here? We don't really have any entry order block except this one. So that would be something, if price comes back, we could be looking for a long from there. And if even it goes longer, obviously I'm going to be stopped out on that trade that I take here, unless I put the stop all the way down here. And I would be looking for it to enter something either from here, and you can decide for yourself. You put your stop here, or maybe you put your stop below that area of interest or below the whole move, that whole swing, and you target. You can target either this structure or something even above that. That's up to you. That depends on your, how patient you are in waiting for that target, and how likely you assess the target to be hit. That's something that I'm looking at on EU. So I think I wanted to show you guys this because I think this could be something. If this, but don't get stuck on this setup, of course, right? Either it works, it gives you a signal, you get in, and it moves in your way, and if it doesn't, let it go. Don't push it, don't force it. It would be. Let me see if I can find a target. I would probably want to target this, as that was the last level it created. Of course, we have this order block, which will start working as a bearish structure, and you have, of course, an order block here as well that could stop price or at least pause price, something like that. That will be on the H1, right? So targeting that could be as well something that I think is a nice area to target. So you'd be something, depending where you get in, something like this. Let's say you put your stop below it, and then you target that TP. Nice and easy. Don't overstretch yourself. You don't want to get your back hurt, right? Don't overstretch. It's going to be just fine. Just taking that target and carry on. All right. So that's a lot of talking on my part. Deanna, what's what is the market telling you today? What are you looking for in terms of opportunities, or tell us what is capturing your attention today?
Well, I am looking at gold and the indices. So I will put my chart up there. Hopefully you can see it there.
Yes, we'll see it. Yep, there you go.
So, we talked about this yesterday. Overall, very bullish on gold. Gold has been in this massive, massive uptrend for a long time, and that continues. But last week, last week we had this massive sell-off. Price made one of the bigger moves that we haven't seen a move like this in a really long time, but it was only in 3 candles. So huge move down. And then we had kind of a consolidation candle, so an inside candle, which is what we also got yesterday. And from there, price pushed really strongly higher. So yesterday we talked about it being kind of a wait and see day, and that's what happened. I mean, price is kind of just digesting a little bit of what happened the 3 days prior, or the half a week prior. And potentially we could see a break to the upside here. We could see a break to the downside, or we'll see price continue kind of in this zone. But moving down to the 15-minute, I think somebody asked in the chat that gold goes slowly up and then suddenly straight down. So sellers come in volume. What could be the reason for those actions? And so I think what he's talking about is there's this sort of like slow and steady gain up, and then price, pushes down hard. So for me, that's something that I am interested in seeing, like a failed breakdown and then a recovery. So looking at this here, we don't know yet, but let's say this swing low here, price comes strongly below there and then pushes up from there. That could be a possible entry level for me that I might be interested in. But gold is still in this inside even yesterday's bar. So we're getting kind of this type of action for right now. So ideally, I'd like to see price, break out of that so we can have some kind of clarity about, or clarification about what is, where price wants to go. If it wants to kind of continue its move higher, or if we're going to see, a further push to the downside. So right now, it's looking like a situation where I might be interested in taking, maybe a feeler trade, just to kind of keep my eye on it. But I would say for the most part, we are still very much in this kind of wait and see situation. And it's possible that, there is more downside, but this is getting to be a spot where I would be at least interested in taking an initial, not stab, but, just maybe try, because the probability could be pretty good for a risk reward here. That doesn't mean it won't get stopped out. It very likely will get stopped out. But if you're thinking in terms of probabilities, this could be, I wouldn't say I see it just yet, but it could be an area where it might make sense. Although if you look at the megaphone that I drew on the daily, it would be kind of nice to see it go a little bit lower and then recover from a failed breakdown. So a little bit, not quite as much wait and see as yesterday, but still kind of, waiting to see what gold is ultimately going to do here.
Nice.
How about you, Victor? What do you think about gold right now? Sorry.
No, go ahead. We do have a little lag, so it's fine, no problem. But you were saying?
It's been so great to hear your take on the order blocks. It's really, really, really absolute, pun intended, gold that you're providing to listeners, and is really, really a great way to increase the consistency in your trading, because it's a systematic way of looking at the chart. And I suspect it's probably pretty different than the analysis that I just gave, which is really cool, because, there are a million ways that you can make and lose money in the market. And you just have to find one that resonates with you and stick with that.
Yes, and especially find a winning one if you're at
ideally it. Yes.
Yes.
Ideally, yes.
All right, so let's look at the at gold. Let me first, before we do that, I'm going to mark the mark the areas that we want to be alerted if price hit, which are these order blocks, entry order blocks on the different time frames, so we don't miss anything, or people at home can see my and hopefully not here, but just see my alerts going off when they get hit. But let me check in the chat who was here when we talked about gold late before. When I started, I think it was let's see, it was about 2 hours, maybe even 3. No, it's 3 hours ago that I came in for the first time for my first session, and we talked about gold, and we had it about we were talking about let's see, we'll show you guys, have some visual background or information on it. But we were talking about this. I revisited the same setup just now, but it's something that we talked about earlier, and it's about the quasi on the H1 that is there, the fresh order block on the H4 that is also there, that was retesting as it was coming into those two horizontal lines in between with that wick, right? I said that would be the area where one should be looking for a reaction, the transition of the lower time frames to go short. And I think there was someone who was short in the chat. Maybe that person is still with us, and we targeted the other order block below us. And if you go to the lower time frame, you're gonna see a beauty of a thing. It's absolutely gorgeous how this is the wick, right? All this price action coming back, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back and see it was how long ago it was. It's this wick, which is 2 hours and 30, this candle and this wick 2 hours and 30 minutes ago. So 3 hours ago, it was at the beginning, right? The beginning of this candle. We were talking about this. And if you see at the 1 minute, let's see if there we go. EU is alerting us. We'll go back to EU in a little bit. But I came in at this moment here, and perhaps, let me see, I might have talked about it here, and if not, then we talked about, then no, that this would be much later. But that makes that here's where I came in, where the my first session began, and we talked about this. Would be the first wick where it interacted with that area. And price, what does price do? It's gold, so it does go up and down. But what does it do? It goes not straight, but goes to that TP, and that's why we want to have TP right there, because it typically does. It reacts to these order blocks with some kind of reaction, and that's exactly what we see. There's a very strong. Imagine you're still there, and you see your trade going. Half of your profit going away. It's kind of hard to stomach. So it ran to the TP very nicely and then moved away. It may continue to go lower, but to me, that's the easy trade. That's the low hanging fruit to catch, just that little reaction from one level to the next. So it worked very nicely in terms of that EU. If anyone is part of this, did you guys hear the alert when it sounded, mine alert? I mean, let me know in the chat if you did, because I hope you didn't, since it can be annoying if it keeps on hitting every minute. Okay, so let's go to EU since it was alerting. Let's look at the market. Let's see how the market is reacting. Is it reacting, right? We got to wait for confirmation. Is it reacting on these order blocks? It's a 3-minute order block. So on the 3-minute, it needs to not close up below it. And what it does close below it. I mean, that's a warning sign. That's an invalidation sign. So there's nothing to do there. This order block has been invalidated. Up to the next we go, which are in the 2 minutes and on the 1, right? So that's it. You just wait and hold, see what is the market. Is it because the market will confirm if this is indeed the area where the buyers, it is already where the buyers previously came in and pushed price higher. If they're gonna come in again, you will see it, right? It's not something you take a leap of faith. You will see the buyers come in. It will start making those big bullish candles, those engulfing, those outside bars and whatnot. So we have to wait for that. It was William, right? With your EU, your dollar, not dollar, the gold trade. I think it was you. Good for you. You got your 2 profits. So we'll have to wait for it and see if price, right? If the buyers are taking control again. If you look at these 2 these 2 bars, it's not exactly meaning that the buyers are coming in yet. So you got to be watchful. Let me take this, since that alert is not relevant anymore. Let me take it off, and we only have one area, actually 2 order blocks down there, which could still give us, the entry. And you can imagine if you take the entry here, this is a very good area, right? It can always lose the trade, right? There's no guarantees in trading, but you can imagine that this little area here is the hourly, right? The hourly area. How wide is it? It's only 3.6 pip, maybe 0.5 pip wide. You can imagine that if price, if the buyers come in here, you don't have to have, a stop all the way down here. It's not necessary, because this is the area supposedly that's going to be reacted upon. It can have a wick, it can squeeze a little bit, but there's no necessity to have something like a 20 pip stop on this period. You could just, keep it tighter, a couple of pips, maybe 5, maybe whatever is comfortable to you, maybe 10 if 5 is too little, and you wait for your sign. Now that's one way of seeing it on the 1 minute, right? We didn't have an order block there. We did have a fair value gap there, and you see that engulfing, but I'm still waiting for these order blocks to be tapped into. Let me see. Yep, that order block is has been taken out as well. So we wait for. Got to be patient. Wait for the market to actually reach the order blocks. At least that's how I trade. So that's it. That's it. We wait and we'll visit it again as soon as it alerts us again. Let's see. Haresh has joined us in the chat as well. Don't forget, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, so show some love to Deanna. Deanna is here for you. Show some love. All right, so perfect.
Matt was asking about GU as well. I don't know if you want to look at GU as also,
Yes,
and
we
then
can-
also somebody mentioned
Mhm.
JPY.
Yes. Let's see if I can. Yes, we do on GU. So let's start on the not on the uber high time frame, just on the the lower time frames. What we did have is the invalidation earlier yesterday with yesterday's close of this entry order block on the daily time frame. Right, that's relevant. Right, if it's going to use this order block, it shouldn't be closing above. So that's a sign of strength, right? If you're just talking about the price, the instrument, the spear, by breaking bearish structure, right? This one is no longer present. It still has an order block on a daily order block, which is fresh, so it can still work. But I'm not interested in taking any trades short, as long as it's above that order block. It shouldn't be there, right? If it's there, it's being squeezed. But what other time is it also up there, right? It is above the order block. It is the time that it's going to break it. And more often than not, if it's there, the longer it stays above that order block, the more likely it is that the order block is going to break. So you don't want to be looking for shorts if the likelihood is high that it's going to break. So the best thing is to wait. If it's going to squeeze, as long as it doesn't close above it, you can still wait patiently for your structure, for your reversal to come in. But remember, you want to be taking it within the order block, not above, right? You want to be taking the trade when it makes sense in terms of probability for you, not when you're pushed against the wall with your back against the wall. It doesn't make sense. So that's on the daily time frame. It's strong. It looks like it wants to break. Possibly a short, but not there yet. Even if it's going to, it doesn't look at all. This is weak. There's no weakness. There's no break of structure also visible on the H4. If we see there's a bullish order block being retested successfully as it is, pushing to break that order block. Doesn't make sense for a short if you see the order flow being this bullish. The quasi, we did have a quasi, which was very interesting because we did have a daily order block as well to support that quasi. However, if price doesn't respect the structures, what does it do here, right? It did give you a sign of sellers coming in, but before it did so, it broke it. It invalidated that order block. See that? It closes above. This order block is no longer there. So you shouldn't be even in the trade, right? The order block, the entry order block on the H4 was already taken out, right? So by using confirmation, you can stay out of harm's way. You don't have to take the losses. Just be patient and waiting for the market to tell you if it wants to reverse or not. So on the H4, it looks, bullish. Order flow is bullish. There's nothing really here. If anything, we should be taking the long from this. We should have, because it already retested it with a fresh, immediate retest. Other than that, I don't see anything else, right? So it already had that wick. If you go to the lower time frames, we didn't have, it didn't come to a H. Actually, it did on the H2. So you could have been in the trade based on that order block. I know that's not completely true. It wasn't fresh anymore by the time it came back. On the H1, nothing either. So in very nice alignment, it wouldn't have triggered us. At least it wouldn't have triggered myself. But maybe on the lower time frame, you can still find some kind of reason to go long from here. It's very strong, and let's look at the ATR to see if we have some reasons to expect much of a the average, of course, coming from the tariff week or days behind us. The ATR is 165, which is kind of high for GU, and today we're doing 88. So it's much less than the average, trading range for the last couple of days. So I would say it still has some room to go higher from here. But I mean, I would want price to build supply zones. I mean, demand zones before I start getting in. That's the way I trade. I wait for, even if it's bullish, that's not a reason to go long yet. You want it to come back to some area of demand where you can have an advantage getting it at a better price at sales, if you will, right? Like we want to get when we go shopping, right? We want sales, right? We don't want to pay the full price. If possible, we want to get some discount. So that's exactly what the idea is. You wait for price to come into some demand area, then you get some good prices, and you can go home with your shopping bags. All right, so but that's GU is kind of doesn't have a lot of opportunities. I think it's one-sided. It's very bullish, but I don't see the opportunity here. There is that order block, yes, but well, you could look for some entry order blocks. Not an entry order block. This is a still fresh. Well, yes, it will be. If it gets in here right now, it will be the fifth one, and I would be looking for something like this, I suppose, right? Continuation to the high side, to the upside. But it's a little meager, if you ask me. Let's see on EU again. Well, price did come nicely back to that order block, but that's not a reason for me to get in. That's a sign of weakness where where it does this on the creation of the right. If it keeps doing that, if it does this as it is getting into these order blocks, that's not a great sign, a great sign to see as you get into a entry order block of the quasi, right? What you want to see on the leg creating the right shoulder, you want to see something quite quick into that the right shoulder and moving quick again, something like this, and then shoots up. So you want to be something like that, not something that is compared to what we see here, which is this, right? That's different market structure. You see the difference? What you want to be seeing compared to what we're currently seeing, that's not a great structure to see, market structure to see on the 1 minute. Still, you can still decide to trade it, but just be mindful that with that market structure, with that price action, it is telling us something. All right, so okay. All right, so what else do we see? Any requests? Everyone in the chat, let us know what you want us to be looking at. What trades are you in? You have some question for Deanna. I mean, you don't have a certified psychologist, a trader all the time with us. So she is here twice a week. Not enough, in my opinion, but she's here now. So take benefit out of that opportunity. Ask those questions. Come on, guys, you can do it.
Well, we can take a look at either if you want to look at Kavika mentioned JPY, or we can look at the indices too.
Sure.
Let us know in the chat what you're interested in looking at.
Okay, we got a question here. The chat is they're there. Maybe we should do a little question before we continue with the charts, just to mix things up a little bit. What do you say, Deanna?
Sure.
All right, so we have one here. about over trading? I mean, these questions, they may seem recurrent, but for everyone else who may have hear this or read this question before, remember, we have a lot of people coming in, watching in, and they're all hungry for knowledge, for ways to improve their. So let's give each one of them the attention they deserve. Go ahead, Deanna.
Yeah, and I think it seems recurrent because it's so common for so many people. It's such a universal issue, right? Many people struggle with overtrading, and it's a difficult habit to break. Not only is it a difficult habit to break, but I think once you get into the situation where you are overtrading sort of as your norm, it's kind of like you crave it even more and more, almost like, sugar or something. The more sugar you have, the more you need, the more you want. So the best way that you can stop over trading is put some parameters in place that will help you sort of slow you down. And that's going to be specific to you. So for me, I tend to be impulsive. I tend to be an action-oriented person. And so I can be very vulnerable to overtrading. And that's not to say I never overtrade. But one of the things that I've done is use some tools to help kind of give me the green light, so to speak. That way, if those metrics aren't met, you can use indicators or whatever kind of tool you want. For example, when I'm trading, I'm looking at the ADX, and I require that the ADX be over 20. 20 is just a level that shows there is some directionality in the market, but it also helps slow me down and keep me out of those times when nothing's happening. So I'm bored. So I am tempted to just push buttons. So if you put some structure into your plan, that can really help you. Now, part of that is another question here about breaking bad habits. So overtrading can become a bad habit, and you really need to be committed to finding good habits and reducing your bad habits. But how do you do that? It's so much easier said than done. One of the things that you can do is once you have a structure in place, so you have a specific plan that you are going to follow, a system. A lot of people call it a system. It doesn't have to be, rigid rules, but something that's going to tell you now is okay to trade. And it shouldn't be something that is, if the market is open, then it's okay to trade. That's too open if you're struggling with over trading. If you're not, then maybe that's not an issue. But maybe you limit yourself to sessions. Maybe you limit yourself to the ADX. Whatever it is that you want to do, you can look at your stats and find out what your best times are. That could increase your conviction. And then really the second piece of that is the breaking bad habits, right? So there's I'm blanking on the name of it right now. The Habit Loop is a really great book. And what we think about when we have habits, it's a sequence of events that occurs, right? So there's a trigger or a cue, then there's the behavior, and then there's the reward. So when you're looking at that sequence, it's important to find out where is the issue for you. So the behavior is problematic. You are, even if it's a bad behavior, getting some type of reward, some type of payoff for your behavior. So for example, over trading, even when trades go against you, even when you trade poorly, it can feel good to push the buttons. And even bad trades, right, or losing control gives us a bit of a feeling, right? We experience feeling from that, and it can feel good even though it feels bad, right? So identifying the reward, the payoff that you're getting from trading or over trading or whatever bad habit you're looking to break is super important. And then looking before that behavior. So what happens before the behavior that's sort of kicking off the cycle? For example, over trading, a lot of times it can be boredom. I think the most common and the least talked about is uncertainty, right? If you are uncertain about what you do or what you should do, at least for me, I know a lot of times I would just give it a shot, right? And so if uncertainty is your issue, then maybe you commit to a set of criteria and you trade that system, 30 trades, 50 trades, whatever it is, either in like a forward testing environment, or maybe you can get an inexpensive prop account and trade it there, but stick to that system, to those rules for 30, at least 30, a minimum of 30 trades. And then after that, you can start to tweak it. That will build really good habits. And if you continue to have struggles with habits during that process, then you can look at, again, what is the cue, what is the trigger that is causing me to stray from the system that I've identified for myself. I hope that helps.
That's amazing. I think it's a great manual. I would call it a manual how to deal with these bad habits. We all have habits we shouldn't have, so this is applicable to everyone outside of trading as well, right? It's something universal. Who here doesn't have a habit, good or bad? It's something we all have. So it's very valuable, I think, in many ways to know how to deal with them. Before we continue with the questions, in my book, the setup has been invalidated. We already talked about how the market structure, by the way it was creating that right shoulder, didn't look, didn't give us a good reading. That's not correctly said. It didn't show us the kind of price actions you want to be seeing of a market that is going to make a right shoulder, right? You want it to go relatively quick to that to those areas and move away from them quickly, not spending a lot of time at the top of the area and then breaking down, right? That's not how it go. Those structures are being broken, not the other way around. So I think it's a very nice example, real life, of how to approach these structures we talk about all the time, these quasi. But let's look back at the questions, because this is habits is such a as you said, such a important thing that we need to recognize, be aware of, because our days are filled with habits, with routine, things we do automatically, and not thinking about it. But a lot of things we do is based on the habits we have. So if you build some very healthy, good habits, imagine what that can do on long term. Every day you're performing these good habits, and it's only going to be for your benefit. So if you have a tool, like Deanna just explained, a way to mold them to something that is more beneficial to you, isn't that like one of the most powerful things you could do in terms of your psychology and in your process? Right? Wouldn't you agree? It's super powerful. But let's look on the chat to see if we have something else. William is saying EA program, or AI program that blocks your trading when one enough. I think you meant EA, or AI, doesn't matter. Something external, something that doesn't need your approval, that's going to stop automatically and forces you at least to do something. It's gonna kick you out or stop your trading ability, and of course all of these things are just an opportunity to think, to be aware of the situation, because in the end you can just manually go into the settings and disable it. So it's not a cure-all, but it's a great idea to have these tools, these external assistance that will forces you to stop and think, hey, okay, I reached my level, whatever limit that I have set for myself, and now is the time for me to take some distance from the market, for example, or maybe not trade the whole rest of the day. who knows, whatever you think is appropriate for your way of trading. I think that's a very good one, William. Let's see. We have another one here from Shabham Dush Muk. Let's see. What's your thoughts on trading with 0.2% risk so that we can think about our next 50 trades, not on the next 1 to 2 trades? Is that a good for our trading psychology? It has the word psychology, so I would like to divert that question to you, Deanna. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially if you're trading a prop account, because you have a limited drawdown, a lot of people will talk about trading risking 1%. But if you have 10% drawdown and you risk 1%, that's 10 losing trades in a row to fail the account. And 10 trades can happen depending on what your win rate is. That's not a totally improbable string of losses. And so when you're risking smaller, not only do you have a better probability of not blowing the account, but anytime you risk smaller, it eliminates the emotion that you experience as a trader, right? So even if you have an edge and you have a system that you're trading, but for some reason something comes into your experience that you're feeling more emotion or you're noticing your body is reacting to a trade. So in other words, your muscles are getting tense or you're sweating or you're feeling sick to your stomach. Those are all those things can all be mitigated or eliminated by looking at your risk and lowering your risk. And it doesn't have to be permanent. Eventually, if you start to do the 30 trades and you think, okay, this is it, I've got it, this is what I'm going to do, I feel very comfortable, maybe you increase your risk at that point, slowly and steadily, so that it's to a point where maybe it's slightly more. It doesn't have to be, but if this is something you wanted to do, it could be slightly more, but not to the point where when the trade goes against you, you start to have these physiological reactions, these body reactions to the trade. And somebody had said further back, let's see. I'm not sure where the comment is. Something about, here we go. You cannot overcome until you breach at least 10 to 15 funded accounts. You will learn by yourself. No one else can teach you about the psychology. And I agree with that for the most part. I think experience is absolutely the best teacher. You need to understand your own psychology. I personally do think understanding the theory is helpful. So for example, Kavika said somewhere that learning to trade without emotion, I think was the comment. And learning to trade without emotion is a very admirable goal. Emotions are automatic, so they happen to us naturally, and you can absolutely cut down the impact of emotion, and that is a great goal. But even very, very experienced high level traders do have some type of emotion when they're trading. They can have changes in their heart rate, in their respiration, in their blood pressure, and that's just part of it. But if you focus on your thoughts, which are 100% in your control, you can have a lot of success in regulating your emotions. And that can be a really helpful way to also improve your behaviors by targeting your emotions, which are 100% in your control. Not only then can you potentially limit the impact of emotions or reduce the emotions that you experience, but you can also improve your behaviors, right? Keep your behaviors in check by constantly monitoring the thoughts that you have in your head, what you're thinking about. A lot of times as traders, when things go against us in particular, I know this is true of me, my thoughts begin to spiral. And what I mean by that is I know that in theory, it's totally reasonable to take a string of, 6 to 8 losses depending on your strategy. If you look at, if you Google, I don't have a chart handy, but if you Google string of losses based on the percentage win rate you have, you'll see that a 6 to 8 string loss is totally possible, even probable, depending on your system. But for me, if I experience 6 to 8 losses in a row, I know that I'm going to start to doubt, am I doing something wrong? What am I missing here? I need to evaluate. I need to change something. So really being in tune with your thoughts is really important so that you can remind yourself, this is a valid trade. I risked appropriately. Every trader takes losses. I have to be okay with losing if I want to be a trader. And just reminding yourself those things. Yes, of course, you're still going to want to be checking in and making sure that you are following your process. That is always good to review. But if you find that you're doing that and you're still taking losses, then it's time to check in with your thoughts and make sure that you're keeping thoughts that are constructive and helpful and that serve you and help you to be a trader that is, going to lose from time to time, or actually quite often, right?
Yeah,
And
I think go ahead.
I was just going to say, and so to Yasir's point, blowing 10 to 15 accounts sounds terrible. It sounds like maybe you don't know what you're doing, but I actually think, it is part of it, and it's not something that's talked about very often. You don't see, it's actually, I think, increased lately where traders are admitting, oh, I blew this funded account or whatever. I think that is actually pretty common and pretty normal. And it's one thing to blow an account because you're risking accordingly, taking proper trades, and the trade just kind of dies, versus blowing an account because you just completely tilted. Those are two different things. But experience truly is the best teacher. And that's important to remember, that you do just have to kind of go through it to become better.
Actually, in sports, in anything in life, but you can see that in sports as well, that we tend to remember successful players for their successes, successful traders for their big payouts, and so on, with different things, different profession in life. But what you don't see is that behind that success, there is a ton of failures.
Right.
That doesn't get out because it doesn't sell. Who wants to sell? I lost something. I missed something. I believe there's a speech on the internet of a tennis player, recounting, or maybe it was Tiger Woods, or maybe some super huge super athlete, telling how many times they missed, the shot. They missed, they lost the championship or whatever game. They make this error or that, and when they put it that way, it's a ton of errors. It's a ton of failures. Anyone with those stats will say, why did they continue, right? Because they lost so many times. But it's part of the process. When we stop making failure such a bad thing, you can actually start benefiting from those so-called failures. They're not actually failures. They're opportunities to learn. They are, ways not to do them. So you try it again and you fail again. You try it again until you make it. That's how you become successful, right? It's by not staying down when you fall. We all fall. Every trader, have these stories where they failed or missed or lost this account or money. It's not about the failures. It's actually the failures make you a better trader, because you have a lesson. Mikey from the 5ers, for example, tells about one time he lost a big amount of money, and you would say that, why are you still a trader if you lose that kind of a money? Someone would ask. But it's actually that loss that made him a better trader. Probably has a lot to do with the trader, how successful he is today.
Did
So
you,
it's
did you say Mike? Sorry, did you say Michael? It was
Mikey from not Modest Mike within
okay.
this stream from ABL, but from Trade the Pool. He was
Okay.
here some time ago, and he was talking, and he talks about it quite often. So he's the CEO of the Trade the Pool, the stock prop firm, sister
Yeah.
company of the The5ers. So he talks about it so much, and it's when you see it in that perspective, you start appreciating these failures. They're not to bring you down. They're a moment or an opportunity for you to grow and become better. You don't really want to have failures, but you almost want to have that same experience where you learn something that's gonna make you so much better in your trading. And when you start looking for that, these are just lessons. They're not failures, they're lessons, but you have to make them lessons, and to get the benefit out of them. Awesome things to talk about.
You know what's interesting about I did an interview with Michael a while ago. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out, from Trade the Pool. What I loved about his story is that he was not a new trader when that happened. So when this big loss occurred, he was a trader and had been a successful trader for a long time, and he still experienced that. And so to me, that just illustrates that trading is not like riding a bike where, you fall off in the beginning, and then once you figure out how to ride a bike, you're pretty much good. You're probably not, and unless something crazy happens, you're not going to generally fall off your bike most days. But Michael's story is really interesting because he was a successful trader. He had built quite a bit of experience, and he still crashed and burned pretty hard. And his first thing that he did after that, he stopped and he went to the beach and he took 2 weeks off, and he allowed himself the opportunity to recover, to reflect, to remove the fear. And that was, I think, why that was such a defining moment for him as a trader, because he allowed himself the opportunity to get his head in the right place and figure out what he wanted to do differently moving forward and how he wanted to change, to become a better trader in the future.
Yeah, it's good to have that these points of reflections, right? Where you put things into perspective. When we lose something, when we fail something, we are so focused on that single thing and not see the bigger picture, right? You might feel down for losing, and you might have feeling of even desperation, thinking, I'm not gonna make this. I've spent also so much money and so much time into this, and still look at the dumb mistakes that I'm making. Look at how much money I lost, or whatever it is that impresses you negatively. But we forget to see the bigger picture. Maybe you made great leaps in your growth. You made a mistake. Yes, you lost the account. You lost some, maybe even a good amount of money. But there's more to the story. You got to see the whole picture and put things into perspective. It's so powerful. Obviously, outside of trading as well. When we see problems, we zoom out a little bit. That problem is not as big as you would otherwise think. Just take a chance, step back, look at the rest of everything that's going on. It's not that bad. You can recover, you can come back and make it even bigger and better.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's just like a chart, right? When you're really zoomed in, yes, you see a lot of the details, which is important, but it's also, there's value in really zooming out and taking a look at that. And one of the things that has really helped me understand growth and progress, because a lot of times we forget too. we forget unless we're deliberate and we look back, and I try to specifically think, where was I 3 months ago? Where was I 6 months ago? Where was I a year ago? Where was I 3 years ago, 5 years ago? And try and reflect on that. And if you are progressing forward, you're doing the right thing day in, day out. And if you're not progressing forward, that's okay too. What could you start? What's one thing that you could work on for the next 2 weeks and just focus on that as your marker of success? So it's not P&L related, but let's say I just don't want to tilt. I'm really susceptible to that. That's going to be my goal. And you don't need 100% success rate. Ideally, you would have that, right? But if it's a really big challenge for you, you might not. And so over the next 2 weeks, and it might even take you a month, you look at every day, did I tilt? And if the answer is no, that was a winning day for you. You succeeded that day. You acted as a professional. Another one might be, did I follow my plan? Did I 100%, follow my plan? How did that go for me in the last, today? And then look at that, stick to that trading goal for the next 2 weeks. And that's it. And once you feel like you've really gotten a hold of that and made that who you are, a part of what you do, add on something else, something new after that behavior is established. And just like in Michael's case, there will be times when you have to cycle back and refocus on that goal that you thought, that trading behavior that you thought you conquered. And in fact, it kind of rears its ugly head again. So thank you so much for the great questions. This was awesome. I love connecting with you all in the chat, and it's been great questions. I hope we got all of them. I am heading out, Victor, and thank you everyone for participating today. It was great to see you, Victor.
Thank you for everything you do, Deanna. We really appreciate your moments with us. I enjoy them a lot, and I'm sure the audience does as well, since looking at the engagement we have, the questions they have, they really, really want to know, pick your brain on these psychological issues. Thank you. Have a great day, Deanna, and hope to see you again soon. Actually, we're scheduled, so I know we're going to be seeing each other again. See you Monday, right?
Okay. Have a great weekend. Bye, everyone.
See ya. Bye-bye. All right, so here we are. It's the, let's see if we get a, which is the best. Let's see which one is the best. Marina, Kavika, Harish, yes. Deanna is great. It's great to have her with us. I think this is okay, right? I tend to not want, the elongated camera view, but maybe we'll have it today. We'll do something a little bit different, right? All right, so I think that's okay. Okay, so let's look at the market. We still have 40 minutes for the end of the stream, 39:38 to be exact. The US stock market is opening in 8 minutes. It's April the 15th. This week is a short week. On Friday, we have bank holidays. So it's only 4 trading days this week. And we are going to have a interest rate decision on tomorrow on the Canadian dollar and on euro on Thursday. So those two currencies, it's a high impact event. Of course, you want to watch out if you have a position on or considering a position on these pairs. So that's going to be, Raphael says EJ sells. Okay, let's look at that. What else do you guys want us to look at? Jao Lapa says, the short EU, what are your thoughts? Yes, let's look at EU. Jose says, I blew my challenge. I guess I lost patience after 6 months on BE stage. Jose, maybe it's a nice moment to revisit your stats, right? What's the basis of you taking the challenge? It's so easy, right? Taking a challenge, right? No one is going to stop you from taking one. If anything, you will see advertisement everywhere. Take the challenge, discount here, payouts coming your way, whatever. But in reality, a challenge, well, you can use them as training accounts if the money you pay for them is not very significant. But a challenge should be something you do after you are ready, right? So you prepare first, then you do the challenge. It's the same thing as an exam, right? Typically, there are few among us who can pass an exam without studying, without preparation, right? It can happen. But typically you need to study for an exam. You need to have the theory. You got to have, exercises to show yourself that, to prove to yourself that you know the content of the topic that is being examined. So the same thing goes for these challenges. Basically, they are exams, right? The challenges. So the question is, if you lost patience, that tells me that it's not necessarily your strategy. But why did you lose patience? Because you probably stayed at BE, as you said, for a long time, right? Jose is saying, my back testing has good results, but it's been struggling to apply live. Okay, that's a good starter, Jose, to look at what is, if you go back to your stats to begin with, just to make sure that, it's not a strategy. Maybe it's normal to be 6 months in BE and you're losing patience at something that should not be an issue, right? But if you know that your data is good, that you have enough enough expectancy in your trade system, and the frequency is high enough, and things like that. You say here, I hesitate on setups that win, then lose the setups that I actually take. Okay, well, the question here, actually, Deanna, who was just with us, would have been a great person to ask how to deal with these hesitations you have. What does it tell about you and perhaps your confidence, or perhaps your habits or your fears about dealing with the uncertainty? You have to deal with uncertainty constantly in the market, because we simply don't know what the next candle would be, right? No one really knows. We only have probabilities in our favor or not. So one thing is to identify, if it's not a strategy, then perhaps it's your risk management, or in your case, you already have an idea. It's your doubts of your setups that end up, according to you, to be winners, right? So it's the setups that you hesitate in entering, and those you enter apparently don't have the same results. It's a psychological thing. So I would say, look at why you hesitate. Is it fear of losing the trade? If it's the fear of losing the next trade, then lower the risk, right? Because that makes it less frightening to lose the next trade. If it's a smaller size that you're trading, or something that doesn't press your buttons, apparently, getting in scares you, or you're being cautious, maybe too cautious. Lowering the risk can help you with that, I would say. Great, guys. Keep those questions coming. Hey, Victor. This is Insanes or Insanes. Which server on TradingView is the one that the chart looks closest to the one on MT5? That is on the The5ers, of course. I personally used Oanda, and I would say Pepperstone, the price feed of Pepperstone has also a very good overlap with what I see on MT5. But I still use Oanda, because It's a very popular one. It's one of those price feed that most people, a lot of people use. And I base my analysis. I want to base my analysis on something that is seen and watched by the majority of the people, and not necessarily the one that is matches completely to the MT5. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but you can, for every pair, you can look at what the deviation typically is and adjust for that. You want to have your analysis on the one of the most popular price feeds, and then trade whatever that price feed tells you on your terminals, right? So since I use TradingView for the analysis, that's how I see it. You probably make it, that's what I would do. Do you have a copier from the TradingView to the MT5? Because if you did, then I understand why you want the perfect match. But if that's not the case, I wouldn't worry too much with little differences. Although on the equities, the difference can be much more significant. But on the Forex pairs, the difference isn't that much. I would just stick to where you do the analysis and just do your execution in your MT5. All right, let's go to the EU. We had while we were on talking with Deanna, and she was helping us with the questions we had in the chat, with the habits and all those good stuff she was talking about. We had an area on the 1 minute that I now deleted, but it's this area that we were waiting, right? It was this area, this yellow area that we were waiting for price to do its thing. And as we waited, I indicated there, I hope I didn't distract those who were listening to Deanna, but we had a clear price action closing below that level, below that head, invalidating the structure on the 1 minute, on the 2 minute. Easy peasy, nothing lost. You just followed price. It didn't confirm. You walk away, right? Easy like that. There's nothing to rush, nothing to do about it. You just let the market tell us if it wants to reverse from that area or not. And after that, we got the invalidation of this whole area, right? The close of that bar. So that's why I took it off, and I look for the next structure that makes sense, if there is any. And we are in this fresh order block on the H4. If you go to the 1 hour, you can find that we do have a quasi here. The quasi is here. Here we go. That's the quasi. Established downtrend, breaks the neckline, comes back, right? It stays in the middle and then starts breaking down. As long, and we look for that overlap between the quasi on the entry order block on the quasi and the fresh order block on the H4. You see how we combine these two structures, these two of different time frames, and they have alignment exactly at this area, right? So this area now is, to me, the next area to be watching. Is price going to mount a reversal from this area or not? It doesn't have to be, super clean from touching it one time and bouncing. It can be something that not breaks it, but squeeze it with a wick and then comes back. All of that is permissible, no problem at all. This is the area, so we can go to the 5 minute and wait for that structure to do its thing. Wait for price to do whatever it needs to do to make the reversal. There is a quasi, a bigger one here. Let me see if I can, if we can use anything from here. Actually, I already know that there isn't anything, so it doesn't make sense for us to look for that area. Other than that, yeah, that's too big of a quasi. So whatever reversal pattern it's going to give us, it needs to come from current price action, right? Nothing from the left. We got the hourlies already from the left. It's going to, if it's going to reverse, it's going to have to do that from the current candles, the one we already have, plus whatever it's going to print in the future. This is the 1 minute. Right? If it doesn't take that neckline, then there's nothing to do, right? Very easy, very relaxed. Put your jazz music in the background. Take it easy, no rush. That's how I like to trade. All right, so perfect. All right. So what else do you guys want us to look at? It's we still have about half an hour. The US Open happened 3 minutes ago, and we can see how the market has been so far. Right, it opened a little bit, not a little bit here. So we are 3 minutes into it, and the market is moving quite nicely. Let's look at NASDAQ. Ooh, even a bigger move. That's an order block, I suppose. Let's see. Yes, that is an H4 order block. It's actually a flipped one because it's a bullish one that was already taken out. It was taken out. You can see how it market takes it out before, right? It's a demand area is taken out, broken, and then it becomes a supply area, right? So it flips from support to resistance. Price comes back into it, pushes down, and again 2 times, and for the 3rd time it's quite weak already, and we see price going into that. There's nothing on the there's actually an H4 order block here, but it hasn't been retested yet. So perhaps that's what the market is trying to do. On the daily, let's do the top down from the daily. There isn't anything here to see. Not really. The 4-hour jazz. Yes, I do like jazz. It's as long as there isn't, if it's doesn't have to be specifically jazz, but jazz is a great background music because it doesn't have any lyrics, and you know, any spoken words, at least to me, is a big distraction for my flow. So it needs to be something without any lyrics. All right, so on the H4 and NASDAQ, we do have a structure above, and it looks like we are possibly looking for that kind of a move, you know, because that's what the impulsive move tells us, and we'll have to see. Let me take this off because it's not relevant anymore. Other than that, what else do we see? There is a gap here which has been closed, so it's not relevant anymore. And we do have a little, well, it's not so little, but we do have a quasi here on the 1 hour, and that leaves us with this order block as the entry order block of the quasi. I know it's kind of big, not very efficient, but it is what it is. Can make it otherwise, and look at that. We are not quite touching it, but we're so close to it. All right, so that's that we do have. Normally when we have the lower time frame, that's the refining time frame. When the refining time frame is wider than the higher time frame, then the overlap, the alignment isn't a great one, right? So I want to see something else. I don't want to see that. I'll wait for something else in order to identify the right area. Let's see. This is the 15-minute. We'll have to see if it does anything. It's quite wide, but that's the only thing we can spot from this area. See how price gets into it and see if it does anything that looks like a reversal of price, right? That's an exaggeration, but something like that. All right. Let's continue. How's the music? I can't hear any music, but someone said that the music was too loud. So I turned it a little bit down. How's the music, guys? Let me know in the chat if there is any music and what it is. Is it too soft? You guys want it a little bit louder or not? No music at all. Just let me know. Maybe I can, maybe, let's see if I can now hear it. For some reason, I can't hear it. Oh, now I can. Okay. I'm gonna put it soft. Is that okay? Let me know. Let me know now. It's soft in the background. Shouldn't distract anyone. Okay. There's about 10 to 20 seconds delay between when I say something and when you guys receive it. I'm gonna wait for you guys to tell me that the music is okay, because it's gonna take a little while. Don't want it to be too loud, but we do want to have some good trading. Gold. What is it doing? Let's see what it's doing. All right, so gold is well, looking from what we've already talked about, right? We have a H1 quasi, a bearish one. We have a fresh order block on the H4, which it was retested, and in 20 minutes is going to be a successful retest. That's that's confirming the bearish the bearish reason to go to be in the trade. But however, we're coming into some demand area below it. So here it gets a little tricky. Either you're already in the trade and you just go for the daily range for some structure lower, or you say this is my best area to get out because now you're getting into demand zone. It might start first to bullish order flow. Personally, since it's been so bullish, I think there is a lot of room for price to healthily have some kind of a retracement, even go and break these structures. Maybe today it needs more time, but I would expect that to happen. Actually, I would prefer, even as someone who wants to be long, want price to come back to some area, perhaps these structures to the left, and perhaps some other time frames. Maybe this weekly area. That's a bit far though, but something to the left, and not hanging there at the very top of what is this? This is in terms of the range. This is 30. Let's see, 30. No, this is we're talking about 50. About 290, basically $300, and we're currently only 26, right? 26, basically 90%. It's still at 90% the whole move. Basically, it hasn't done much of a retracement, right? You don't want to go long when that's happening, right? Clearly is taking a breather on the higher time frame as a swing trader. I would rather have it retrace some more, maybe 38%, even 50%, and then start moving, switching back to bullish, and then catch your long. Other than that, I would say, it's just doing that bearish order flow, because it's all the time. You can see how it reacts to the area that we depicted. It comes back. That would be the way to start looking for the short, and it comes back once, second time, and continues lower. It's a very beautiful price action. How much lower is difficult to say. As I said, I would just take it to the first trouble area, which is where I would have already taken the trade off because of the H4 order block. Let's look at EU. Was EU showing anything? Volatile in a range, exactly, William. Not as I would say, especially compared to last couple of weeks, gold is really on a pause, right? volatile in terms of lower time frames. If you look at the very lower time frames, it's been bouncing, right? And that's what was it the M76 meant, right? It went lower, goes up and down, it bounces between the order blocks to the lower below us and the order blocks above us, right? Isn't that just beautiful how it reacts back and forth between these order blocks, right? They are, that's why I love trading them, right? Markets really react to them. It's, and they're so simple. My order blocks are simple as can be. Whoever, has been watching them can attest, right? M76, I don't like ranges. Yes, I understand that. But you can trade within the range, right? You can take short uh, from from one side of the range into the other side, and you take longs from the other side into, vice versa, right? So you take within the range. There's also plenty of opportunity most of the times. It doesn't always have to have um, a directional volatility to be able to capture moves. All right, let's see if we have any other pairs you guys want me to check. This is a good moment to perhaps put a little clip of ABL. This is a bit loud, guys, so if you have headphones on, put them a little lower on your volume because this is very nice. If I can find it, where is it? Here, there we go. Oh, that's not one. Yeah, this is the one. All right, so you're warned. Lower your volume if you have headsets on. Here we go. I just found out that my headset was turned off. So let me check that. Let me make that. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna turn it on. Sorry it takes so long. All right. Not really working, but it's okay. Let's just move on, and it will fix by itself, I suppose. All right. Let's look at the all right, we have let's look at the somehow I got some dry cough trying to clear up. It's okay. All right, so someone asking here in the chat, what's the difference between ABL and the 5ers? Well, they're the AlphaBeta Lab is a community where it's focused on education by traders for traders. It's a free community, as you can see. You can join and help you grow by helping each other, right? And we are already. Um, let's see something here. I see a reaction here. Oh, that's a very nice one. There is so that's the AlphaBeta lab, right? It's a community, as I said, by trader for traders, where the focus is on education, on accountability, on helping each other, and of course the 5ers is the platform, right? So it's not focused on education; it's providing funding. We also, of course, we do have a lot of education in the 5ers. We have within the hub, we have a video on demand. There's a Discord community, a lovely Discord community. Join us. Actually, I'll be talking in our Discord. We have a workshop in about 55 minutes. You still have a chance. The only thing you have to do is buy an account, and within the hub area, you will find the entries or the access, the link to the Discord community, which of course you can be very educational as well because you share among each other. But as you can see, one is specifically around the 5ers, and ABL is for the general public, not necessarily only the 5ers. So it's a more slightly different, but it's a great opportunity for everyone who wants to grow, who wants to become a better trader, and is ready for the next step. That's basically what I would say. I hope you guys are already in it, and if you're not, that you're considering get in, because I think there's great things to come from that community for sure. It's something you don't want to miss. I'll be doing some courses and putting it up there, yes, on order blocks and quasis, and in the future more as well. So let's look at the top 10. Top 10 says I blew 6 100K accounts on the 5ers. Okay, that's some nice opportunity to learn, right? Learn from whatever happened. What happened? I hope you're in a good process of learning from these lessons, these opportunities that the market is giving you. Let us know how you think about these accounts that you lost. Top 10. Yes, join it. I mean, there are many mentors and other traders who are, sharing their experience and their knowledge with you for free. The only thing you have to do is be active in the community, right? Share your ideas, your trading ideas. Be active in the community, and that's all we ask. And if you do know something that you think might help others, share it freely, and collectively the whole group will benefit from it. And of course, you will as well. There are rewards for the more participation you show. The more, there's a system where points are given for the more you help the community. All right, so let's go back to EU because time is of essence here. We do have, as I said, there is that area where we could see price reacting from on the, and that's exactly where we see this move up, which is, I think, very nice to see price reacting this way. You have to see if it's something that is more lasting than not. But time will tell. We don't know that yet. The H, in any case, the neckline on the 5-minute hasn't been broken yet. This is on the 5-minute. Here we are. Let's see on the 3-minute. 3-minute, the neckline is here. It's already broken. Right, so that makes this the retrace, and that makes this the the area where we could be looking for some entries off of that 3-minute structure, and maybe on the 2-minute as well. We have some live trading here. Remember, just be chill about this. Don't don't try to rush things. Right, that's the 2-minute, I mean, and actually the 2-minute much wider, because we do see that not free. This one, it's all the way the whole structure. So you have this. I don't like when it's quite wide like that, because it means that it's likely to trigger me, but it's uncertain whether it's going to hold or not. What else can we see on the 1-minute? One little area here. Let the market tell you. Remember what we talked about. You want to see it coming quickly into that and creating that right shoulder, and then move quickly away from it. If it does something like this, right, very breaking down into that right shoulder, that's not typically how the right shoulder, the better ones are created. Let me update this structure, because that is the these are the structures to me on the 1-minute, the 2-minute, and the 3, which could signal us in the next couple of minutes. And it's based on this hourly area, which, the first trouble area would be this. It has already been mitigated. So it's fair to say that if we have a push from here, we could target something else, maybe something a little bit bigger, perhaps that, perhaps lower this area, right? And perhaps something else in that region. So let's look at the range of today. It's range is, of course, it's going to be just a little bit compared to what it has done in the past. The last couple of days, it's been kind of all over the place, with huge huge bars, huge ranges. But that's not usual, right? Let's look at that. Let's look at, this is what I mean. Look at how the ATR has been up so much. This is the 2-hour. I need to do it on the 1-hour, on the daily. I mean, let's see. It's calculating. All right. See, as you can see, the ATR is much higher. This is where it's currently now, much higher than historically it has been, or not historically, in the last couple of months. Right. This means that that this is the indication of the heightened volatility, but also at some point it's perhaps going to come back to some kind of mean, meaning that the average, the ATR, is going to be wider than the actual range we're becoming. If it does this, it means that the daily range will be not exceeding the ATR as often, right? And that's something that's happening today. The ATR is at 189. Actually, right now it's at 163. And the daily range isn't nearly as much. It's at 74. Actually, that's less than half what it was. And that's another indication of consolidation, right? Consolidation, and also adding back from high volatility market structure. That's actually all right. NASDAQ. Let's look at NASDAQ before we finish. We change the. I somehow like this. This layout better. Great. So we are in that area where we could be looking at a any time now. See some reaction as we would have wanted. Oh, there. All right. NASDAQ equities. Very quickly. Right. Let's see if I can do a little analysis on the NASDAQ. All right, so we're getting back into some demand areas on the monthly time frame. These, of course, currently haven't been looking at the NASDAQ on the higher time frame for some time. This is the obviously we're reacting off of this monthly order block. The daily we are leaving behind and showing strength by creating these order blocks on the daily. And initially, if we're creating order block, created and it goes to that order block on the other side, that to me means that it's already been mitigated. It has been touched, meaning it's the more touches it has, the more likely it is that it's at some point it's going to be penetrated more and eventually being broken. That's the initial. I mean, without having any information on recent price action, that's the idea that you would have on the the structure you see. So it looks very strong. Getting into some area of supply, but still not losing that strength. On the 4-hour, let's see what we see. Price is within a range. Basically, as long as it doesn't take out any of these two levels, right? It is in a range, right? Since it's coming from below, you would expect that the continuation of that consolidation would be to go higher. However, before it does so, we will have an H4 order block in its way, and that would be the test of the market to see if it has anything to offer us in terms of strength to go through this H4 order block. If that's the case, then it should have no problems and not start showing any reversal patterns as it is within this H4 order block. Right now, it only started to interact with it, right? So this will be the test to me, right? This order block, whether or not it is forming, decelerating and forming bearish structures as it is interacting with this. This is on the H4, and that might take the rest of the day. It might even take longer than that, longer than a day. But the degree it is able to mount a reverse from here or not will tell us if it's able to break through and continue to higher price, which I think eventually it's going to that's where it wants to go, at least past this level, and possibly later on in the next couple of sessions perhaps go a little bit higher. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Right now, the H4 is telling us that the sellers, right, we're expecting based on this H4 some kind of a move from this some kind of a drop from that H4. That would be the logical, most likely effect you see from a fresh order block, which this is. And if you go to the lower time frames, you can find some reasons as well on the 15. So keep an eye on the possibilities or in this order block on the 50-minute, see if you can find where the sellers come in and take control, right? If they do, that would be a reason not to take that long. That I think eventually it's going to the direction is going to go, right? So the absence of a signal on this quasi could be a confluence for you for your trade long. Hope that that is makes sense to you. That's so that's on NASDAQ. More than that, I think there isn't much more than that. That's what I see. Eventually, I think it's going to go higher because I mean, look at that impulsive move. It's held quite nicely. It retraced and it's building back that bullishness to eventually continue higher. But first, that H4 has to be taken out. All right, that's it for me, guys. Join us for a next session on Discord. This today in about 43 minutes. If you're not there yet, get your access by buying an account with the 5ers. Be part of the best prop firm out there. You want to be part of the best team, and that's the 5ers. So get your account and be part of our community. This is Victor. I invite you for our next session tomorrow. See you guys around. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.